will also depend on the country of origin of these slaves that they brought to America. We know that Brazil was colonized by the Portuguese. Venezuela was colonized by the Spaniards. Therefore, the ethnicities or tribes that arrived in these countries were totally different, and that is why the music and dance of African origin in these countries is totally different as well. There is also a small particularity in the Venezuelan regions, going deeper into our country. On the Venezuelan coast, some ethnic groups belonging to some African countries arrived in the center from Venezuela. Others came to the Andes, others came to the center, others came to the plains, and others came to the Venezuelan jungle.
In countries where Afro-descendant cultural manifestations are found, such as dance, the musical rhythm, the elaboration of the festivals, and the syncretism vary depending on the region and at the same time on the different peoples. Venezuela is an example where the distinction in traditional Afro dance is carried out according to the central region, the eastern region, the Andean region, and the western region.
That is why in Venezuela, in the central regions of the coast of Venezuela, we have the Afro-Venezuelan drum, commemorating the drums of San Juan to the west. Very specifically in the south, in Mérida, we have African drums, or dances for San Benito. To the south of Venezuela, very specifically in Bolívar, the Bolívar state, in Callao, we have the traditional calypso, and in the central west of Venezuela, we have the drums of Niño Dios, or the Falcon drums. These Venezuelan Afro movements are totally different in one state and another, in one region and another, and in one party and another.
African clothing and hairstyles are integral part of the dance, as well as reflecting the identity and culture of the region. The vibrant and eye-catching colors convey joy to both those who wear them and those who observe them.
Because our traditional music, the traditional dances of our origin, is given by the festive cycle, by that syncretism and by the hand that the Catholic Church had to be able to leave our black slaves or our freed blacks to celebrate their typical and autochthonous manifestations that they brought from Africa. Since they syncretized with the religious figures of the Catholic Church, San Juan, San Pedro, San Benito, La Chinita, the Virgin Mary, San Antonio, and with respect to San Antonio, there is a particularity that in the state of Lara, there is a drum. There is African drum, there is Afro-Venezuelan music through a drum called the tamunangue.
Currently, there are several musical and dance groups that have managed to position African dance on an artistic platform, which now has many versions or some genres, but only a few groups in certain countries preserve the essence of Afro dance with all that characterizes its culture and its history.
This Afro-modernity is not at all modern. In fact, it is not at all modern. What happens is that it became very popular from 2015, 2012, with this new African diaspora, but towards Europe, towards France, towards England, towards Germany. It was that these Afro-modern genres that are not modern at all became fashionable again. There is a misconception sometimes of cultures or idioms. We listen to it. We culture teachers or dance teachers or teachers specialized in cultural issues, we hear very repetitively when another colleague or an instructor or a monitor say we have to rescue culture. That is a totally wrong term, because if you go to Maracaibo, in Maracaibo you always hear gaitas all year round. If you go to the plains, in the Venezuelan plains, you can hear the llaneras from 5 a.m. until 4 a.m. the next day. If you go to the villages of the Venezuelan coast, to Chuao, Choroní, Cata, Barlovento, the villages of Barlovento, La Guaira, you will find that the drum sounds all year round, and there is a lot of emphasis on the day of the festival. In the plains, places a lot of emphasis on Earth's Day.
The African dance of many countries where slaves arrived has always meant being a ritual space of a culture and family where African cultural roots, the suffering of years of colonization, and the joy of freedom are preserved.
Well, if you want to see one more time the history of the African dance, I propose you to take note and rate our Instagram account and X that are at Vidas TeleSUR. Now we will say goodbye with the song Sabrás from the group Herencia de Timbiqui, coming from Colombia. Well, I send you a positive vibes today and a full of the joys of spring. Bye!
Sepas que mi corazón en toda situación te va a querer, que cuando te miro siento el amor más grande que puede haber en mi ser. Quiero que sepas que quererte a ti me nace de forma muy natural, que tu existencia es lo mejor que a mí en esta vida me pudo pasar. Y aunque me esté quedando sordo, y aunque
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean. In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
From the south is part of the TTTL of Trinidad and Tobago. We are grateful to be part of this television house and to be able to share news from around the world, from Monday to Friday. We keep connecting borders, because TeleSUR always gives more.
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman. que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes, solo por TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
Hassan Pérez Casabona is known by his passionate speeches and his sharp rhetoric. He was the representative voice of Cuban youth between the years 2000 and 2003, as he was the president of the University Students' Federation. During his academic years, he was very close to Fidel Castro and took part in the Cuban social and political life. Now, he has a master's degree in history and he works in the Hemispheric Studies Center as an expert of the Cuban and United States relationships. With Hassan Pérez Casabona, we have the pleasure to talk today in From Havana. Well, Hassan, thank you so much to agree to do this interview with us in TeleSUR. Thank you so much. That's one of your characteristics. I mean, you born ideas and you make a speech out of almost anything. So, what happened with you? You were the voice of the youth in a moment of effervescence, and then you disappeared out of the public life. What happened? What have you been doing all this time?
I not disappear. I always stay in study and working in so many places. I graduated in the University of Havana in 2001 in the Faculty of History, Philosophy and Sociology. After that, immediately I began to working in the national direction of the Student University Federation, and after in the National Committee of the UEAC. In 2008, I'm working in many universities. In 2008, I working in many universities. In Military Technical Institute, for example, is the first university founded for the revolution, January 1st, 1967. It's a very important university in preparing engineer and many other specialties. And since 2016, I'm working in the University of Havana. The University of Havana was founded January 5, 1728. Okay. It's very important because at that time in the US, for example, in the 13th colony, only have 3 universities. Harvard University, 1636, Yale University, 1701, the University of Virginia, 1693. For example, Columbia officially was created in 1784, Princeton 1747, Havana University was founded 1728. It's one of the most important institutions in Cuba, not only in educational field. 291 years after the foundation is a very, very important, not only for the present, in my opinion, for the future. In this period, at that period, I finished my master's degree, and now I am working very hard to finish my PhD historical science. You're a teacher, you said, but you were a student and you were the president of the University Student Federation. Yes. What do you remember the most about those days as a president? It's a very beautiful time, and not only for me, for any student in any place, in anywhere, in Cuba, in Europe, in Africa, because when you arrive at the university, do you arrive so excited for learn, for participating in teammate, classmate, I am a president of the Student Federation, first in the University of Havana between 1997 and 1999, and after 1999-2003, president the national level. It's very intensive moment because all the people participated in the battle of idea.
Yeah.
I remember the presence of every day. It's not a metaphor, but in reality, every day, the commander-in-chief and Fidel Castro and many other members of the Cuban Communist Party came together with the students in the University of Havana. In the Aula Magna, between 1998, when the Pope Juan Pablo II came to Havana, and May 2002, when the James Carter, ex-president of the United States, arrived to the University of Havana, commander-in-chief participated 18 times, 18 opportunities. Commander-in-chief went to the University of Havana to receive any personality, at the same time talk with the student, with the professor. It's an example, the intensity, the energy, the spirit at this moment for the student, for all the university community. And the FEU, founded by Julio Antonio Mella. Fidel said Julio Antonio Mella is the person in Cuba more intensive, more doing in a few years.
Yeah.
When Julio Antonio Mella was killed by the order of the Machado dictatorship in Mexico City, January 10, 1929, Julio Antonio Mella only has 26 years. The FEU, University Student Federation, is the FEU, the Julio Antonio Mella, José Antonio Echeverría, killer March 13, 1957, and the many other personalities. The commander-in-chief graduated University of Havana, law school in the beginning of the 50s, in the half of the century. But the one-on-one way, working hand by hand with all the people. In my opinion, the revolution in Cuba is not only a property of the youth people, of the student. In Cuba, is an attribute, is a very important element. The old man, the first generation, second generation, and even the kindergarten have the opportunity to participate, to create, to apport into the social transformation. And the revolution is a special transformation. In my opinion, it's the main idea of the way of the student have take place in many different issues.
That makes me the entrance for the next question. How it works now and then? Does the federation has political decision, like decision-making power in the political life of Cuba?
I remember the idea, one idea by our national hero, Jose Marti. All the generation is more connected, is more linked, like that time that your parents. Every generation is. Now the generation at this moment is not equal to my generation. At the same time, it's the same generation because it's the dialectic of the revolution. Now it's the blogosfera, the same messenger, internet, the social network. In the beginning in 2000, it's not the reality for the university in Havana, Santiago, any other place. In my opinion, the representative of the FEU has participated in any kind of level of the Cuban political system. For example, now the president of the Student University Federation is a member of the Council of State.
Yeah.
Many students are a member of the National Assembly of the People Power, but in the council of the faculty in the university, the FEU are being present in any process, in the production, in the social life, in the economical life. The economical field is the most important issue for the Cuban now. Recently, our president Miguel Díaz-Canel said very clearly in the National Assembly, our first battle is the battle in the field of economy. In this battle, the Student Federation are present.
So we have young people in the council, you say.
Yes.
But don't you think that there's a boom of banality in the youth, in Cuban youth right now? Not only in Cuban, but in all Latin America, that annuls their interest in the change or into work directly in the change. Youth now are like trying just to do music, social network, social media, but not working integrated in the change.
It's an international phenomenon.
Yeah.
In Cuba, don't have our values in the glass urn. Cuba has development our values in the middle of the fighting, but it's a reality for all the world. Now, do you understand when you analyze, for example, many persons in the world is following only superstar, only celebrity, is more worried because Cristiano Ronaldo send a selfie, Lady Gaga presentation in any play, El Chapo Guzman break the prison, and don't participate in the real activity of this country. It's a phenomenon in Latin America and the Caribbean, all the world. In Cuba, in my opinion, fortunately, the people are more cultured because it's an idea development step by step since the beginning. When the revolution, after the victory of the revolution, for example, Commander-in-Chief say very clear, the revolution don't say to the people, believe, the revolution say to the people, live. In a few weeks, Havana International Book Fair, for example, many of you came to a different place, read is important, it's impossible to have a culture without read. In Cuba, it's not in glass horse, it's not separated to the social reality for international level, but at the same time, our educational system, the way to participate, young student working, created a weather, created a condition to this process don't express with the same intensity. It's not, in my opinion, I don't say it's impossible in Cuba have the banality, but I consider it is our condition in general is more favorable than other countries.
You've said that socialism is the horizon of our people. Is it possible to build that? It is possible to reach that horizon?
It's a very important question, but in my opinion, yes, it's possible. One precision: this horizon is not a final destination. Okay. It's only a flying goal. Is a point of the aperture, because every moment do you arrive at the same time, do you start a new beginning, a new way. This is the social. The socialism is a place nobody knows in reality who is the socialist. Fidel said very clear in the Aula Magna of the University of Havana, 2005, November 17. One mistake, the first mistake in the Cuban process is consider somebody know about who is exactly the socialist. In my opinion, this horizon, like the ideal, like the flying goal, always is necessary, but never is finished. It's necessary, will continue day after day, day after day. Revolution is change, everything is necessary change, and that idea connected with the horizon is not a final destination. It's every victory, every gold medal. You are a specialist in the sport. I like sport very much too. I talk in that before the start this program. Every goal, every victory is only a compromising to a new victory, to a new state, to a new condition for the future. The future in reality, in my opinion, is that the future is not this world. The future is always came together to the same direction, very clear the objective, very clear the purpose, but never finish. The future never finish.
Now, the correlations of forces in Latin America have changed. Now there is a rise of right-wing government, neoliberal government. What is happening now? In
1989, for example, in 1990, Francis Fukuyama and the right wing and the global level say the history is end. It's not necessary thinking into the future. It's only necessary focus in the mall, in the shopping, in the market, because the human being don't have past, and at the same time the human being don't have future. It's a very, very big mistake. At that moment, I remember the idea of Commander-in-Chief in the celebration of 35th anniversary of the attack to the Moncada in the Camagüey city, July 26, 1989. Commander-in-Chief in Cuba say, if one day wake up with the news of the Soviet Union disappear, it never happened, I hope never happen, but even in this circumstance, Cuba will we continue fighting, will we continue stand that. It's important because now is now in Latin America, right wing have thinking like Fukuyama, the history is end. Right wing, it's impossible to ignore all the goals to the left during the last 20 years since the commander-in-chief Hugo Chavez arrived to the Miraflores Palace, February 2, 1999, after the victory of Néstor and Cristina in Argentina, Lula and Dilma in Brazil, Evo in Bolivia, and many other personalities, very important for the present, but specifically for the future. In my opinion, the history is not end. It's necessary at the same time learn our mistake. It's very important learn about our mistake. It's necessary working hard with the social movement. It's very important listen to the opinion to the people. Raúl Roa say Fidel is always in contact with the people because he's always listen like the opinion to the people. The simple person in the street is important to the social movement, is important to the political construction. The socialist, the difference between capitalist and socialist is the capacity to participate, to doing a real construction, a new subject, to a real performance in the development in the society, not only in the economical level. The capitalism say again, the only matter the economical field is a very big mistake. I remember the saying of Henry Kissinger. It doesn't matter the reality. The only matter for me the perception in the people. In Germany, Goebbels saying this idea. One lie repeat again thousands of times is stronger than the truth. It's not important, it's true, it's lie, it's important the perception. Socialism is necessary working for the people have a correct perception about the reality. In this only is possible is a transformation in the cultural field. This is a battle of in the field of idea and in the field of the culture. Is so important like the economical, the military, like the political system.
You are an expert, sort of speaking in USA policies and relationships with our country. Now, despite of this rise of these right-wing governments in the area, the rates of the US policy in the area has fallen down. It's low. Does that mean that the America's government, the North American government, has lost influence in Latin America?
It's also a very important question. When do you ask so many people in Cuba and many other areas about the origin, the conflict, the root, the sense, the conflict between United States and Cuba, many persons consider that conflict was began after January 1st, 1959. It's incorrectly because during 200 years, United States have a pretension with Cuba and all Latin America to be in control the fate of our people. And the other side, in Cuba and Latin America, the revolutionary, the patriots always have incapacity to control our destiny, take our own decision. It's the real game. The right wing and on the other side, the patriot, the nationalist, the person is always have incapacity to construction our destiny. The United States, for example, Thomas Jefferson in 1805 declared Cuba and Canada was the most important addition to our empire. Don't say Mexico. In 1848, for example, the Guadalupe Hidalgo Agreement, Mexico lost 2 million kilometers quadrados. It's amazing. 7 states of the United States now it's not our state, it's the Mexico property. But many other examples in Monroe Doctrine, John Quincy Adams, 1823, United States don't have friends, only have interests. Yeah. America for American cities, not for Spain, not for Europe. In 1898, with the war, Cuban, American Hispanic War, United States have take the control of the Cuban destiny, and during the neocolonial period, during the republican period between 1899 and January 1st, 1959, many American ambassadors declared the most important personality in Cuba is not the president, it's the American ambassador. I'm talking about A.L. Smith, Phil Bonsai, Enos Crowder, Benjamin Somervell. It's amazing because in any country, in Cuba, in Buenos Aires, in Asunción, in Rio de Janeiro, the most important personality is the president, because United States considered Latin America like a backyard. In the 60s, Henry Kissinger teach a program in Harvard University. He told about the foreign policy of the United States. When he finished the conference, 2 Argentinian students told with him, okay, Mr. Kissinger, do you know, speak about in the foreign policy about the Latin America? And Kissinger answered. And Kissinger told, extraordinary confusion. I don't talk about the foreign policy. America Latina is domestic issue for the United States. You are belong us. America Latina is not extra border. It's part of our territory, our perception of the world, of the geopolitics in the world. Remember, Cuba is the key of the Gulf because geopolitical, geographic, strategic position. Donald Trump say more this idea. Donald Trump repeat with the national strategy for national security. For example, 2017, America first. For me, it's only important the economical security for the American people. But it's very, very confused because in Cuba, when Fidel visited the United States in 1959, the objective of the Cuban revolutionary government was creating a building, creating a bridge, a new bridge between Cuba and the United States. Fidel have a meeting in Central Park, in Harvard University, in Princeton, in Columbia, but Fidel was to talk about the budget, economical budget. We only talk about the revolutionary transformation. The answer of the United States, Mongoose Operation, Monkey Beat Operation, the blockade signed by President Kennedy in February 1962, but before the blockade is reality, many covert operations, many covert action is the fact. In fact, the happening is not the capacity to understand, the capacity to talk like an equal, because for United States, Cuba and Latin America is a minor. I am the superpower, the Uncle Sam, all the rest of the world is a little piece in the picture. In the opinion of the Cuban patriot, the Latin America in general is never subordinated to the American view. But Bolivia have a development of transformation like to Bolivian people. Cuba like to Cuban people. It's not 1+1. It's not the roster of the baseball team. It's every place. It's necessary in every place the transformation, like in capacity to understand the feeling of these people. These people in one area and specifically on one geographic position in general.
You've mentioned Henry Kissinger several times. He was known to be the president in the shadows.
Yes. Okay.
Next year on November is the presidential elections in the United States. Do you think that Trump has a chance to a second term, and does he has a president in the shadows, or he's the thinking head in all that machine?
It's very difficult because when you analyze after the happening in November 2016, do you consider it's amazing? Because the victory in reality is in reality Donald Trump don't win the White House because 2.8 million of persons in the United States vote for Hillary Clinton. It's very complicated. It's more easy say the next world champion in Qatar 2022 maybe. But it's very interesting because in the United States have many contradictions in the social with the migration issue, in the construction of the wall, in the health care and the transformation being by Obama. It's possible. Impeachment by the side, one side, and the other side is possible to Donald Trump have support will be continued in the White House. It's very difficult. In Cuba, I think the most important is the capacity to the Cuban leadership, General Farmi, Raúl, President Díaz-Canel, and in Latin America in general, to appropriate the condition to toll. Cuba is the willingness to advance with like an equal, not in any condition, face to face, toll with the, for example, between 2015, July 1st, and January 19, 2017, only 18 months, Cuba and the United States signed 23 agreements of memorandum of understanding. In the period before 1959, 2015, 7-8 agreements is a real demonstration with the condition is created to advance, listen to other part, told with understand other point of view, respect for the different. Jose Marti, for me, this idea is important. Jose Marti say, it doesn't matter black or white people. For me, the only matter the human condition, the human being. One idea, one fair idea in the deep of the mountain is stronger than an army. One idea in the deep of the ocean is stronger than an army. In Cuba, in my opinion, is the most important firewall, the capacity to understand this process. One time, a journalist asked to commander-in-chief, what do you think about the Democrats or the Republicans? And Fidel said the difference, and the Democrat Republic is the same difference between Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. I don't waiting for win and Democrat or Republic. The Cuban people believe in our own effort, not in who win the election in the White House. At the same time, it's a very important election because it's important not only for Cuba, it's important for all the world because it's the superpower. The United States is 40% of the military budget global level. It's only 4% of the global population, 22% of the GDP global level, but it's the 40% to the military. It's a real demonstration that it's not the battle of idea, it's the battle of force, it's the battle to the condition, to the pressure. In Cuba, never accept toll under pressure, under any condition. Cuba, our dignity, our sovereignty, our independence is the first since the Jose Marti as the next generation.
Well, you've been enlightening a lot. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I apologize again, but for me it's a pleasure. I consider it's necessary TeleSUR is support TeleSUR, support the Bolivarian revolution, support the Caribbean. The Caribbean is a very important area. Many persons don't have the capacity to understand the Caribbean. And TeleSUR, Hispan TV, Russia Today, and many other alternatives is a real contribution. It's a real and beautiful contribution to this battle. I believe in the human, in our culture. Long live for TeleSUR.
Thank you for your words.
Bye.
What's his name? George Floyd!
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana. conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes, solo por TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Hi, national security is a term applied by the U.S. to justify carrying out any strategy. Technology does not escape the U.S. notice. Artificial intelligence regulation opens again the scenarios of a technological war against China. What are its interests? Today we'll analyze it. The map stars. Welcome. Let's review some data of our map to understand what is going on. Silent war. The U.S. controls artificial intelligence. We display on the map the leading nations of artificial intelligence worldwide. There we see the U.S. with 40% of its companies and over 16 government agencies backing artificial intelligence companies by financing them with billions and supporting them in politics too. We see China, which has announced having planned to invest up to 150 billion until 2030 in artificial intelligence. This country has 11% of developing companies with this technology. Despite U.S. restrictions, Israel is in the ranking too, which has invested in its military and in artificial intelligence, comprising 11% share of the market as well. The UK has directed its investment towards private companies. Canada has invested around 125 million in the known deep learning, automatic learning algorithms over the long term. Let's continue with the graphic. Amid the silent war being waged in the world, at the end of October, U.S. President Joe Biden approved by executive order a regulation on artificial intelligence rights to be conducted within the framework of its defense and security policy. The European Union was a pioneer in regulating this technology and issued the first comprehensive artificial intelligence law in the world. Are we facing a Cold War? As the Defense Production Act was a federal law that emerged in 1950 in response to the outbreak of the Korean War, a civil defense and war mobilization strategy in the Cold War context. The U.S. warlike state unfolded security tests will be carried out as they were set at the federal level. These security tests imply that artificial intelligence developers will submit the outcomes of their tests to the government when the projects allegedly jeopardize national security, the nation's economy, or even public health. What do you think about this? Let's talk about it with our guests. It's from Argentina, international political expert Jorge Cranes. How are you doing? Thanks and welcome. It's very interesting and necessary to have a regulation in artificial intelligence, but when this regulation pursues other interests, we refer to another scenario. Why does the U.S. decide regulation artificial intelligence amid U.S. tensions with China? And mostly, why does the U.S. do so by an executive order? Good day, it's a pleasure to talk to you and TeleSUR audience. The U.S. is currently waging a hybrid comprehensive war in all areas, reaching a military level in some regions. But the issue of artificial intelligence is a silent part of this battle. So lately, President Biden issued an executive order, that is to say a decree, which just requires the president's signature, and this indicates a certain predicament, trouble in Parliament, the U.S. Congress, the Senate, and the U.S. House of Representatives to approve this kind of document, which refers to security and defense in any way whatsoever. Neither it refers to users' rights nor to the cybernetics sovereignty of nations. Paola. Let's welcome our another guest expert in artificial intelligence, Dr. Hernan Zamora. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I ask you, why doesn't this decree address the issue of misinformation, mostly amid global contexts as Palestine and Ukraine? If the U.S. says this regulation attempts to safeguard national defense and excuse the U.S. uses to continue implementing this strategy, what is the U.S. up to? Good afternoon. That's an excuse U.S. leaders made because basically all big artificial intelligence systems, including generative artificial intelligence, are under the U.S. control. Thus, they are the ones having developed capabilities. They have the military use for all the misinformation strategy in a high interconnected world and where relations through social media is permanent. Hence, they do not enter to regulate that fact. Although they pledge that companies must place a warning, but it's not compulsory because it's precisely what allows the U.S. to control that information. Obviously, we need to understand that database where knowledge systems are generated for artificial intelligence systems are in the U.S. and they are designed and developed by the U.S. Jorge Cranes, within this framework, we have to see the other side of the coin. Let's call it this way. From the Global South's view, in which countries have called for regulating because artificial intelligence is used to attack on politicians' prestige and mitigate their voters in elections. So that's something we have to say regarding the use of tech tools, and a strategy that comes from the West to undermine sovereignty and popular decision. What's your opinion about it? Is there a global solution? Well, this is a cutting-edge technology that begins to be generalized. Therefore, there's a strong dispute concerning artificial intelligence. There's a dispute for cybernetic sovereignty of each country for the information they delivered and information sources. Most of search engines provide information from media outlets belonging to big monopolies and transnationals, responding to the US, the UK, and some Western European countries which have a right-wing trend. We see that in the main search engines in a way that the struggle for information and the right of each country regulates and at once a global governance of artificial intelligence could exist. Are China's proposals along the course, and even China is calling within the BRICS framework, the group of countries made up of 11 nations, for creating artificial intelligence policies that facilitate the access to technology, semiconductors, and so supply shortages can be solved and sanctions problems can be sorted out since they hinder some nations to duly acquire that technology. And this tech exchange, I asked Dr. Zamora, will be needed not only for the global south, but also for the rest of the world, taking into account that these regulations, mostly in the tech and artificial intelligence areas, must go along with each country's dynamic reality. Or do we face maybe a scenario in which they are trying to impose cohesive measures, again, for those who can utilize it or not? What do you think about it? We have to picture that, for example, for China or Europe, particularly for the Netherlands, the ASML company, which is the biggest provider of semiconductors lithography for China, stopping supplying China implies $15 billion per year, which represents more than the gross domestic product of many southern countries. And besides, all efforts made to regulate Chinese tech capacities concerning semiconductors, grounded in having more semiconductors equals to computers with higher processing capacities, the goal is beyond military interests. It's mainly an economic one, since controlling smart systems that act in the modeling process of the financial market, and if I control that, obviously I decide what it can be done or not. I decide who can and who cannot play. We are talking about a billionaire bet where main players are Taiwan, North Korea, the Netherlands, and the US. Then, as the game is highly concentrated, it's naive to think they are not going to continue imposing regulations on China, which has been emerging, and Chinese policy based on a shared future, forcing in the Belt and Road Initiative policy, opposing precisely to the idea of absolute control over the tech breakthrough attached to AI, attached to big data, which is the other point where the US plays an important role, and a strategy used in the past during the Cold War. I ask you both to keep online. Let's have a break with our scale. This time on the website, the silent in the mid this time on the BBC website, in an article entitled "The Silent US Strategy to Arm Taiwan to the Teeth Amid Tensions with China," the US approved $80 million budget in direct military aid to Taiwan. For the first time in over 40 years, Washington is using its own money to send weapons to a place it does not officially recognize. The US State Department has rushed into denying that lately granted military funding involves any recognition of Taiwan. It's doing so under a program called Foreign Military Financing, since the Russian military operation in Ukraine. Foreign military financing has been used to send about $4 billion in military aid to Kiev region. In addition, it's being used to send billions to Afghanistan, Iraq, Israel, and Egypt, among others, but until now it's only been given to countries or organizations recognized by the United Nations. We add another piece of information through the photo to the analysis. In the image, we can see the opening ceremony of the 2023 World Internet Conference, where China's President Xi Jinping assured China is willing to work with all sides to implement the global artificial intelligence governance initiative and boost the safe breakthrough of AI, and he called for enabling the internet to better benefit people in all nations, having a vision of jointly building a community of shared future in cyberspace. The vision responds to the questions of our times related to solving the development deficit, addressing security challenges, and enhancing mutual learning among civilizations, Xi Jinping pointed out at his opening speech. I ask Jorge Cranes. Jorge, when we say China is being constantly attacked by the U.S., how can we understand China refers to a global governance? What does it allow? Well, China's stance is based on the international progress and global alternatives, in which all countries participate in a democratic way. It's completely opposed to the executive orders method by Biden. Xi Jinping's stance has to do with humanity's interests. Here, the AI boosts big job problems in many areas. It triggers growth of technological gap, of informative gap. Thus, the idea of a global governance and a legislation defending sovereign interests and the people's interests is a very interesting position. As we know, the U.S. questions the current international regulation, especially the UN Charter. It refers to a new international order based on regulations, but it's not clear who imposes these regulations. We see there dollars dancing that the world manages, which benefits just a chosen group of private corporations associated with the government to establish an hegemony. And on the other side, an activity from the state boosting international participation and global governance in this matter. So that the artificial intelligence world, which the international right has not regulated enough, can be developed for the sake of all humanity. As Xi Jinping said, as a shared future, thinking of a shared future, but in the current world, war scopes prevail. We see it in Ukraine, Taiwan, we see it dramatically in Palestine. So it makes me be a bit pessimistic that the U.S. could add to this idea, this new regulation. And so instead, several countries so it is hard the U.S. joins the proposal of Xi Jinping because they are... well, I'll ask you to revise our legend to continue with the analysis. And so the U.S. Semiconductor Industry Association issued a statement regarding the unilateral measures. Overly broad and unilateral controls risk harming the U.S. semiconductor ecosystem without boosting national security by encouraging foreign customers to look elsewhere. Accordingly, then it refers, accordingly, we urge the U.S. administration to strengthen coordination with allies to ensure equal conditions for all companies. $15 billion of losses, referred Dr. Zamora. So this opens the possibility that the U.S., which is ahead of its elections, with companies losing such figure, would this scenario change? The lobby that represents
para la economía de los Estados Unidos es indescriptible. Son miles de millones, cientos de miles de millones de dólares que se mueven en ese mercado.
Well, there are thousands of dollars moving in this market. On the other side, China is the main provider, the main buyer. In this time, Huawei's company have opened a high-tech innovation technology, very big, and it is expected to hire 40,000 people. So China looks for its own tech sovereignty. So the impact that is going to generate in the U.S. economy and big companies like Amazon, Microsoft, is that it is gonna change somehow these levels. In the elections context, the U.S. needs to continue be the big power of the world, but these controls just applies to China and not to other companies. Well, this has generated very this has generated several positions on both sides, on the Democrats and Republicans. On one side, they want to improve relations with China, and then they continue implementing these sanctions. Well, I think that the U.S. stance in this sense, the millions of dollars are at stake, makes the U.S. Be responsible for the high interest of dominance in the market. But as I said, it is thinking of a military and security terms and not in humanity terms. So it and not in the globalized world in which all can build it. So this generates a future of the development of artificial intelligence in which the control of these mechanisms are part of a democratic and participative world in the framework of the UN Charter, or in a world with an international order in which dollarization prevails. In the case of the United States, implies several contradictions between the population according to their interests, and that's why Biden establishes an executive order and not sending, and he doesn't send this to the Congress. But on the other side, China is calling all nations to this international conference about artificial intelligence. So they search for making democratic this technology. So I see the main responsibility is in the style of hegemony that practices the United States. Well, I thank Jorge. I thank both of our guests for accompanying with your analysis. Let's revise our coordinate. However, there are other geopolitical events impacting in the world. From Argentina, an expert is going to comment on the price of gold, which has been going through inflation. Somehow, well, let's see. It's been growing, the price of gold all over the world, because it's a commodity. It has an international price. It has been ramping up. It has to do with the decline of the wave of dollar in global economy. It's continued to be important in the reserve of countries, of international reserves, but it has been losing importance due to U.S. sanctions against several countries. So these countries look for other options, and so they prioritize their gold reserves, and so it grows the demand, and it grows the price of the gold. So dollar was imposed in the Second World War, since 1971, it's been deploying a war of currencies. We have seen it in 2007 and 2009. There have been ups and downs. Mostly the decline has been seen mostly in Ukraine's conflict and during the pandemic, due to militarization. And so all this leads to a growing of energy prices, and that's why of the gold. Well, thank you so much for your analysis, Julio Bambina. This is a very important topic. We couldn't stop sharing. Well, let's revise our trend. Today, our radar on the map reveals the outstanding trend on this issue. The U.S. regulates the artificial intelligence for military and economic interests. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping's administration talks about global governance. On the other hand, Joe Biden tries to improve relations with China, but the U.S. pursues to impose unilateral sanctions. U.S. sanctions against China made lose $15 billion No, U.S. sanctions against China may lose $15 billion, all for attempting China's technological capabilities. The U.S. is responsible for destabilizing the global industrial supply chain, but Biden's executive order doesn't address threats as misinformation, which reveals his regulation pursues other interests. I'm Paola Perez, and I'll see you in another program of The Map.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
TeleSUR is the voice that speaks up in defense of the people of Latin America and the world. For me, it is a media that offers different perspectives. It invites us to reflect and question the hegemonic narratives. From the fight against poverty and social exclusion to the defense of human rights and social justice. TeleSUR is more than just a television channel. It's a platform that celebrates our people's diversity. It inspires us to be more informed, more aware, and committed to the construction of a better world. Hello, welcome to From the South.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
Welcome to Interviews from Mexico. I'm Laura Carlson, and I'll be your host as we look at cutting-edge issues with the men and women who know them best, here on TeleSUR. The first month of the government of Andrés Manuel López Obrador has been very eventful and controversial. But that's not unusual. Most administrations come in with bold moves against corruption or reorganizing institutions to set the tone and put their marks on the new administration. So what will be the tone of this administration? Today on Interviews from Mexico, we want to talk about the actual deeds and declarations in these early weeks of the administration of Andrés Manuel López Obrador. And we're very pleased to have with us here in the studio a Gibran Ramirez. Gibran, thanks for being with us here on Interviews from Mexico.
It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Gibran is an up-and-coming young intellectual, a national commentator, and recently the Secretary General of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security. Gibran, you've been close to the transition to the new government and to the new president himself. What's your reading of these first weeks of the López Obrador administration?
I think, without a doubt, that there have been weeks of intense work. It's been a radical difference from previous presidents. It seems like it's been more than the first 100 days of the administration of Enrique Peña Nieto or Felipe Calderón. A lot of things have been done. They've touched a lot of issues because there has an authentic
And a lot of this
reorganization.
happened during the transition period, even before he took office, which is kind of unusual too, isn't it?
Yes, López Obrador began to govern before formally taking power. The best example is the consultation on the New Mexico City airport that, well, had an impact even in the markets, and notably political impact too, because it marked the tone of the new policy, and it did it even before taking office.
And it's kind of that consultation on the new airport was in many ways a direct confrontation, not just with the old government, which it was one of its pet projects, but also with the markets that responded in a powerful way. It was kind of a showdown of forces in that sense. And we've seen a couple of those in these early weeks. Were they intentional, or was the response a little bit beyond what they expected?
I think the markets responded, they overreacted. This kind of a drop in the stock market sometimes it's not really caused by technical terms or by changing the risk factor that are objectively probable. There is a lot of subjectivity. For example, the political risk analysts from the different firms in the market present their analysis of the situation, and according to those analyses, that's how big investors respond. Many of those analyses were terrible. They were catastrophic. I remember one, I can't remember from what investment company it was in particular, but it said there that Andrés Manuel López Obrador could use the consultations to keep himself in power indefinitely. It's what occurred to them to imagine at that moment.
Complete speculation.
Absolutely. It had nothing to do with political science, with theory, nothing to do with a serious perspective. It was the oligarchy's fears projected in terms of analysis, which is not the same as doing the real analysis.
So what's the possibility we're talking not just about overreaction, but about manipulation?
Yes, in a way, yes. I think in large part also because on the part of sectors of the right, they haven't understood what the change in government is about. But more and more, I should say, especially with the presentation of the budget, the annual budget, reactions have changed. They've seen that this is not a government of the extreme left. There isn't, for example, a plan for profound fiscal reformations. That's not there. So the markets have been calm, and all the catastrophic predictions that the peso was going to plummet have been proven wrong in barely a month of the administration, really quickly. And the peso is still appreciating to the dollar. Well, that's also due to international factors. And the expectation of the vast majority of the population is optimistic.
High approval rating so far.
Yeah, definitely. Higher than Vicente Fox, and it's interesting that Fox's approval rating was different. Since then, the media was sympathetic for the general feeling of hope. It was seen as a consensus. Now, there is an even higher approval rating and more hope with López Obrador, but the traditional media are against the new government, so it's seen as polarization. Even though around 80% or somewhere around that are hopeful about the administration of López Obrador. Well, in the Mexican political discourse, that's portrays polarization. Yeah. But I think that's not really the case in actual experience in Mexico today.
So we have this contradiction between what is actually a higher level of consensus than we've had in the past, but that's presenting itself, especially because of the media, as a polarization. And you can see that polarization in the society and in social networks as well. It's not just the media. So it's a particularly vocal and active opposition that's formed not just since he took office, but from before. Well, you mentioned the airport as one of the first measures, the consultation that took place before he took office. What do you think have been the other measures in these early weeks that have marked where this government is going?
I will point out several. One that I think don't have the net impact it deserved is the largest increase in the minimum wage in nearly 30 years. This demonstrates the social commitment of the presidency of the Republic. And second, social policy, which is the most ambitious that has been put forth in Mexican history. A third area, I'd say in general, and this is associated with the issue of the airport, is the predominance of political power over economic power.
Explain that.
This has been a real defining feature of the administration. In the case of the airport, the economic interest and the political interest of the administration of Enrique Peña Nieto were actually intertwined like a cartel, and the PAN was also closely involved. This economic power predominated over political decisions. Beyond the technical debate over the airport, it was really obvious that this was a major gambit of the most powerful economic interests in Mexico. In another example, the issue of gasoline, where there has been a logistical crisis in gas distribution due to the decision to combat to the illegal exploitation of fuels. Well, some say that this wasn't a rational economic decision, that it will be cheaper to let them continue to steal from the pipelines that the fuel is transported in and not have the problems of distribution. It's true in one way that if everything went on the way it was, we wouldn't have these problems. And organized crime will continue to make money, which is another form of economic power.
Very strong one.
Of course. And probably there wouldn't be this inconformity in some cities of the country, but again, this strategy that the new president has defined, which involves the entire executive branch, considers guarding the pipelines, for example, by the army, a central strategic move, and also investigating financial operation. And although this may not be economically rational in the immediate sense, it prioritizes the predominance of a new politics that is necessary to build the new order that they aspire to. They're shaking up a lot of elements of the old order that in many ways was organized like a mafia, like a mob. And to do that you have to affirm the power of the state, which means an inevitable process of centralization the president is carrying out. That will be another defining feature.
This affirmation of the role of the state, especially faced with or actually confronting economic powers, it also brings up the issue of the short-term versus long-term impact. In the case of the gasoline and the scarcity of gasoline because of the change in the distribution system, there's a big outcry, there's a public outcry because it affects directly consumers on a temporary basis, and yet it's a restructuring of a distribution system in order to get at a broader problem. So what we're seeing possibly here is a president who's willing to take that short-term opposition or the political cost of some of those measures to really restructure some, particularly in the area of corruption. So you think that these kinds of measures will continue? I think you have to say too that even the administration admits there were some errors in calculation there in terms of what the immediate impact would be. And one of the things that has been different probably with this administration is that they actually did come out and admit that there were errors in calculation.
Yes, I think so. It's true that there are risks, and this is a cost that the federal government is willing to pay. There will be inconformity every time they set out to dismantle a major mob-like structure that involves distribution of resources, services, employment, which are the structures that operate in Mexico today. That's how it is. The current system is a system built on cartels and mafias. So in the system of gas distribution, stealing from the gas pipeline was a normal part of the system on a daily basis. That's the way it worked. Part of the demand was covered by gas taken illegally, and the way things are, part of the labor market for youth has to be satisfied by an infinity of criminal networks. And when those are attacked, there will be protests, and some households will cease to receive the steady income they were used to. The challenge is for the state to have a response to those concerns that come up, and without a doubt, will continue to come up during the whole administration. Now I think there's a specific trait of López Obrador that makes him different from his predecessors. Politically, he can do it. Peña Nieto couldn't attack the illegal extraction of fuels. Why not? Because you have to have at least enough legitimacy to ask the oil workers' union to collaborate, a union in which obliviously there are individuals complicit in those networks. Peña Nieto couldn't do it because the first thing that the union leader Carlos Deschamps will say is, how much did we contribute to your campaign? He'd say, remember all the different ways in which the union supported you, Peña Nieto. They could blackmail him. Also, there's the legitimacy of the votes, because Andrés Manuel is a leader. There is no doubt about that. For anyone, for example, Calderón, a problem with fuel that hits hardest for the urban middle class will bring a political crisis of major proportions. I'm sure that if it weren't for the personal legitimacy of López Obrador, this political crisis will be much, much worse. The government has to take this into account because I don't know if it's an excess of confidence, but at least there is a lot of confidence that this legitimacy is going to last the whole time, the whole term. And if this task of dismantling mafia network is going to last the whole term, it will be necessary to pick up the battles.
It's such a fine line to walk between what needs to be done in terms of restructuring and measuring the responses, not only in terms of public responses in opposition, like we're seeing now with the gasoline, but also the anticipated responses of organized crime and powerful interests, with such a huge part of the Mexican economy and political system involved directly in that crime. Let's move to the other point that you mentioned, which are social programs. This is the area in which you're working now. What do you see as the major direction and changes in social programs?
There is a part that is focused on youth. That is the Youth Building the Future program. It's about incorporating into the education system or into employment all the young people who currently aren't in either of those large areas of socialization by giving them a grant of around 3,600 pesos a month. This seems to me an important program.
I have a question about that, and there's a part of it that is actually providing payment to employers to provide a first job. How is that different from what Felipe Calderón did, which was essentially practically subsidizing companies to hire youth, and that actually, didn't have the kind of impact I think that his government would have liked?
Yes, that was a subsidy in the form of fiscal breaks in the case of Felipe Calderón that lent itself, because of the way it was set up, to hiring individuals who weren't exactly apprentices as if they were. That is to say, it was a way to make wages more precarious. In this other form, it's the government that's going to pay the wages the first year for young people who are in training. There is, of course, the risk that the same thing happens because there isn't a plan for a system of strict supervision. Why not? I suppose because it will cost a lot. It's true that there is a weakness there, and I guess the idea for dealing with is through the mechanism that the delegates of the government are the ones who mediate between the target population of this social program and the businesses in each region of the country that participate in the program. Now, it's not just businesses that are involved in the program. There will be some employees in public initiatives like reforesting the country. If I may, I will sum up the attempt of the López Obrador administration as a process of centralization to develop two major solutions to the problems of Mexico. One, peace and security, and it has been said that it will be the Secretary of Defense and the National Guard that will take the lead. And two, in social welfare. In addition to those programs, they have laid out a major challenge to the country in creating a decent health system. Here, there is a really big institutional change. But the goal is to have a universal health system that arises from the model of the Mexican Institute for Social Security, accessible to the general population, and that can cover access to the right to health of all Mexicans up to the end of this term.
That moves us into the work that you're doing now. As Secretary General of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security, tell us what this is. Many people haven't heard of the organization, I'm sure.
Yes, the Inter-American Conference is an organization of collaboration and technical research for social welfare. It was founded in 1942 so that the countries would exchange experiences in social welfare and to encourage a cooperative and conciliatory concept of social welfare. That is, where workers and employees as well as governments participate in some respects. And this, I should say, as a history buff, it arose as a part of a hemispheric attempt to prevent the rise of socialism in those years. It evolved, of course, into a place where social policy initiatives could be discussed. For example, the Mexican Institute of Social Security was born practically at the same time, but a little afterward, because the idea of it first came up as a project in the Inter-American Conference. So it's basically to research and discuss the challenges of social welfare, I'd say, in the 21st century, which are not the same at all as those that the conference has been discussing the past years. I think the Social Security institution, not just in Mexico but in the world, have fallen behind the times. I would like to see the work of the conference become much more intense, not only address concerns of the member institutions and the member actors, like the unions that are also involved, but also it should speak to the public and to address these new challenges in social security that are not associated with labor, new solutions that are being proposed with particular urgency since the crisis of 2008 to address the fiscal needs of countries for instituting well-being, to examine universal basic income, in short, issues that should be discussed through the hemisphere.
So it sounds like this is really a platform for defining and modernizing public policy in the area, not just of health and social security, but of well-being and development, and for projecting Mexico's role in those critical areas that the entire region confronts in one way or another. How do you propose to do that as Secretary General now?
Well, I want to put a lot of effort into developing an area of research within the conference that takes advantage of youth, ironically underemployed within youth doctorates, who have trouble finding jobs to research in new labor markets. It's a new demographic area that research that it's urgently needed. Also, it's necessary for proposing ideal scenarios to being There is a whole worldview, the neoliberal worldview, that put forth a very ambitious intellectual program that had a political side, an economical side, and even an idea of human nature. And then after the breakdown of the neoliberal model in the 2008 crisis, there haven't been ideological alternatives to rethink well-being, to respond to all these ideas that failed. New ideas have to be proposed in economic and political terms, in social and philosophical terms. An idea of human nature that considers advances in science, not just economy, but anthropology, sociology. We have to consider all this according to the circumstances of all of America. What is the kind of social well-being, and ask ourselves what is viable form of well-being in the American continent. Not an illusion of an ideal of development with prefabricated recipes, but rather to think realistically about what kind of social well-being we can achieve here, with the structural limitations we face, with the way that the markets operate, with the level of development, let's say, and demographic evolution in our countries, as well as geopolitical factors. All of these have to be reconsidered. It's not just a matter of elaborating accounting formulas to redistribute pensions. It's about thinking about the system in another way, not just reducing inflation and macroeconomic stability at all costs.
Which have been the priorities up to now.
Exactly.
So it's a creation of viable visions.
Yes. That's what it's about, a vision created from the most general aspect to the most specific aspects of public policy. Antonio Gramsci said that a great intellectual is he or she who develops a thought from the philosophy of the subject to its implementation. I want the Inter-American Conference to be a collective intellectual that makes proposals from the conception and discussion of well-being in our countries, for which I'm going to invite all the countries of America, to public policies that can be useful for every one of the countries without regard of their current political circumstances.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the program very quickly. Thanks for being with us, Gibran Ramirez.
Thank you.
And thank you all for watching. We'll be back next week on Interviews from Mexico.
The story goes
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes, solo por TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We are here in front of the life, willing to create the way with the ideas in the destination. We are the echo of the forgotten, the fight of those who do not give up. We believe in the transcendence of stories and in the firmness of their walk, without lowering your hands and with your head held high, with the heart and the commitment in the skin, to show a fairer truth, where equality is real and not a piece of paper. TeleSUR always gives you more.
Be welcome to your space to discover the most beautiful natural paradise of our planet here in Greece Nation. I'm Elena Rodriguez Llanes. I'm from La Carlota Park in the middle of the Centro Financiero de Quito. I invite you to accompany us during this full hand hour of the most singular charms of nature.
On every continent of blood in our hearts, move us to the destiny of our great mother, the Earth, that stretched out her arms across the oceans, mountains, plains, and glaciers, all full of life, giving us moving moments. Nature, in all its splendor, calls us to care for and protect this marvelous heritage.
Remember that we have at your disposal our social network for you to send us your comments. We are in X as at the Destino Verde TeleSUR and in our Instagram account as Destino Verde TLS. And our email is destinoverde@telesurtv.net. Let's see immediately the most outstanding news of the week.
The Mori Art Museum, located in Tokyo, Japan, completed 20 years of existence, and to celebrate it, the opening of the exhibition, or Ecology, Towards a Planetary Life. The exhibition covered 100 works by 34 national and international artists, and its intention is to show from artistic expression the impact that human activities have had on the planet, the ecosystems, and the different species of wildlife. You can observe the evolution throughout human history, the pollution, the environmental crisis, and the predatory nature of capitalism. Likewise, the exhibition presents a reflection of your future and the possible alternatives as a proposal to save these environmental crossroads. The exhibition will be open to the public until the end of the March of the year 2024. In France, scientists studying the receding of glaciers have documented the emergence of a new ecosystem, which represents a new opportunity in the face of climate change. In the Haute-Savoie region in the French Alps, researchers who have documented the reduction process of the Trilatet glacier managed to identify the appearance of an ecosystem in the new soil that was found under the ice that removed.
It would have been better if we had had a big glacier here, because they are very important for biodiversity, for water, for Earth's climate. But if we don't, I think it gave us a kind of second chance. We have melted the glaciers, we haven't managed to preserve them. So maybe we will have a second chance, and that is how we can protect this nature that is emerging from the retreat of the glaciers, and that is why the words that will be interesting are sanctuary for life, Eden.
The importance of the new areas based on their role as wetlands. This type of ecosystem has a fundamental role in the carbon cycle, since it fixes in their soils, and therefore its protection will have a favorable impact on the fight against climate change.
We will continue with Green Destination, but first, we invite you to find out in our Curious GIS map to which place of the 5 continents our interactive geographical information system will take us.
Our Curious GIS map takes us today to the second highest peak in the world, the K2 mountain, whose summit is located at 35 degrees, 52 minutes, 52 seconds north of the equator, 66 degrees, 13 minutes and 48 seconds east of the Greenwich Meridian, at a height of 8,611 meters above sea level. It is one of the most difficult mountains to climb and is located on the border between China and Pakistan at 400 kilometers ahead northeast of Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan. Among the curiosities of this mountain is that it was the last of the group of 14 peaks above 8,000 meters in height to be climbed in winter, which was achieved only on the 16th of January of the year 2021.
We continue with Green Destination, the showcase in TeleSUR of the great natural scenarios of our Mother Earth. The will and perseverance of men to reach the most inhospitable places of our planet knows no limit. An example of this is the great snow-covered summits of the Himalaya. And in today's episode, we will discover what is considered the most difficult mountain to climb in the world, K2. With 1,611 meters high in the second highest after Mount Everest, and has been a human challenge to conquer its tops. Let's see it.
The Islamic Republic of Pakistan is a state with a vegetation of 881,930 square kilometers. It is located in the south of the Asian continent and has a border with Afghanistan, Iran, India, and China. With a population of more than 240 million people, it is the 5th most populated country in the world. Although it was originally part of India, during the independence process of the ancient nation, it separated and formed the current Islamic Majority Republic. Pakistan has a very unique climate variety. While it goes has a monsoon climate with mild winters and hot summers, its interior is dominated by the Thar Desert or Great Indian Desert, which is located to the east of the border with India. In turn, The northeast of the country has the characteristic of the Great Himalayan mountain. In this place is the K2 mountain, the highest geographical point in Pakistan and the second highest in the world. And that is our destination today. It is better known as the Wild Mountain. Our trip started in Islamabad, the federal capital of Pakistan, about 400 kilometers distance from K2. This mountain, considered as one of the most difficult to climb, belongs to the Karakoram mountain range, which is part of the Himalayan mountain system of almost 600,000 square kilometers in extension. One of the challenges to carry out this adventure consists of mobilizing all the equipment necessary to cook the food, the tent, and all the fundamental logistics to make that safe climb. For this, they contracted some of the local operators that provide this type of services. Before reaching the K2 base camp, which is located at a height of 5,470 meters above the sea level, you must go to the town of Skardu through a road of journey of about 480 kilometers from Islamabad, or by taking a direct flight. Once there, you must take a jeep to the village of Askol, near to the Great Mountain. The most bold visitors will be able to try to climb the known as a Wild Mountain in the summer. The origin of this name lies in the historical records, which record that a list of 19 mountain climbers have died among its known, coming from 28 different nationalities, which give a statistic of one climber dead for every 4 who attempt the ascent. But if you prefer a less challenging tour, you can do the trekking or long walk of several days on one route to the base camp, which is done by walking step by step through the valleys and glaciers of this path. This mountain has a powerful spirit of nature, and the lucky ones who have conquered it stop to see inspiration and magnificence in it.
We think is one of the precious gifts by Allah Almighty to our Pakistan. And after division with India also, we got this mountain in our part. That's also lucky. And after that, my father's graveyard is final resting place. So K2 is more than a mountain for me, and it's one of the beautiful mountains in the world, I believe.
The majestic spectacle of climbing the second highest mountain in the world has changed as a consequence of climate change and the residence of its glaciers.
The glaciers have shrunk significantly. When I first came here, the glaciers were attached to the mountains. Now, they have separated from the mountains. This is unfortunate for tourists, for Pakistan, and for the entire world, because these glaciers are extremely important to us.
Some of the actions taken by groups of mountain climbers is to collect the historical debris that have been accumulating over the years, as a way to continue maintaining the climbing experience pristine and in harmony with nature, just as years ago first climbers found it.
There are 8 peaks, over 8,000 meters high, in the central Karakoram. This area, K2 and G2 mountains in Pakistan, is extremely beautiful. We love it more than life itself, because there is no place as beautiful as this on earth. So we are trying to put our lives into trying to keep it clean.
The K2, the Wild Mountain, is a destination that shows us the powerfulness of nature, at the same time the strong human will to reach these remote places, both to contemplate them in their maximum expression and to protect them. A future generation can enjoy the experience of climbing to the second top of the world.
It's time to take a tour through the digital social networks. Take a look and share with you one of the current environmental issues in a space produced by our multi-platform TeleSUR. Let's see it.
The time has come to let some of the incredible news that our green destination offers us Astrid Moreno speaks to you and invites you to accompany us in discovering some curiosity about whales. Did you know that a whale is able to capture the same amount of carbon during its entire life as thousands of trees? These cetaceans, which manage to capture up to 40% of the carbon dioxide of the entire planet through a microorganism called phytoplankton, help the ecosystem to maintain a stable biodiversity. Every year, dozens of humpback whales cross the waters of the Atlantic Ocean to fulfill the reproductive cycle. During 2022, a study revealed that some of more than 20,000 of them in the Brazilian Atlantic being a satisfactory result despite the challenges of global warming and the reduction of some of their food sources. Various countries have made efforts to prohibit commercial hunting. However, 6 of the 13 species of whales are classified as vulnerable marine groups. And up to here, I accompany you today, Astrid Moreno spoke to you. But don't leave the screen, because there is much more to discover here in our green destination.
We continue with more of Green Destination. The Himalaya is the highest mountain range on Earth and extends for almost 600,000 square kilometers of territory in 5 countries of the Asian continent. With a great variety of terrestrial floors, vegetation that can be found in this mountain system range from the forest of the plains in the lower areas to an almost non-existent vegetation in the highest with eternal snow. Today we will know the emblematic flora that can be found in the Himalaya. Let's see.
The Himalaya constitutes the highest mountain range of our planet. Located in the heart of the Asian continent, it has a great variety of climate to the range of altitude that its land can reach. For the top of its mountains, with eternal snow and glaciers, the main rivers of the continent are born. The river system of the Indus, the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra predominate the plains that extend at the feet of enormous peak. To the northwest of the Himalaya in Pakistan, the vegetation predominates in the sagebrush forest thorny, well adapted to the dry and desert environment. In the Terraria region, in India, the plains of Ganges, a mosaic of meadows and steppe is observed. It is a lowland region, considered the highest meadow in the world. This region is dominated by the influence of the monsoon, and after it is flooded, when the water retreats, the growth of the tall grasses that extend through the forest begins. Species of the simple green forest, with wild leaves, are incorporated into the mosaic, which constitute the habitat of one of the species of great importance of this ecosystem, the Indian rhino.
The key species are those on which important ecosystem process and on much part of the topic change depend. Every week we share a technical sheet on one of the most important species of animal present in our green destination. On this opportunity, our key fauna is the red panda.
The red panda, or lizard panda, belongs to the Eldoride family composed of extinct genera, of which the only survivor is the red panda. This curious animal is a carnivorous mammal which some time ago was believed to be related to bears. However, subsequent analysis determined that it's not related to the bears or the giant panda despite its name. Its distribution covers the mountain areas of Himalaya, from Bhutan, southern China, to the Chinese province, from Sichuan and Yunnan, Nepal, India and Tibet, to the north of Myanmar, Burma. With a vertical habit, the red panda, present at abundant reddish-brown fur, its pointed ears are white, like its muscle and sheds. Its limbs are short and sturdy, and it has long tail with dense fur adapt for climbing and maintaining balance. Its size is barely bigger than that of domestic cat, with a length that ranges between 56 and 62.5 centimeters, a weight that runs from 3.6 to 7.7 kilograms. Red panda is classified as a cannibal because it shares ancestors of this type. Although this animal bases 98% of its diet on bamboo, a plant that is abundant in its habitat. The remaining 2% of their diet is completed with insects, flowers, eggs, small mammals, and birds. It is a species categorized as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Since it is estimated that there are less than 10,000 individuals left in its habitat. However, due to the characteristics of these animals, such as its particular beauty, that even important international animation films have taken its figures as the main character, making it become an umbrella species. This means that its conservation works both as protection and maintenance for the ecosystems of the region where it lives.
Before ending our Green Nation edition this week, in our environmental data, we shared some process in tourism and technical training that the government of Nicaragua has implemented to guarantee the best attention to the tourists who annually visit its various natural spaces. The details with our correspondent Kenya Doña from Managua. Let's see.
The island of Omitipi, one of the wonders of the world, receives more than 100,000 tourists annually, and in search of strengthening the professional training of the service providers of this region in the tourist and hotel field. The government of Nicaragua inaugurated the hotel school Maderas Volcano space, from which careers and courses related to the sector will be offered.
This Volcano Madeira Hotel School is our second school at the national level of the national strategy to bring back education and technical training in our town, in this case from the hotel and tourism sectors, so important for the socio-productive development of these municipalities in this area of the country. Then it's a school that provides us all the conditions for technical and technological training related to the sector quality training in didactic environment, preparing of the training in real environment of the hotel. From here, the boys start training from the first day.
The main part of the tourists who arrive on the island speak English language. That is why young people have identified the potential to prepare at the Volcano Madeira's Hotel School and contribute both to the development of the country as well as become professional in this field.
I'm studying English through I'm studying because, as we all know, Ometepe, a very tourist island, and many people come who speak different languages, in which the one that is strongest characterizes is English, right? Then it's very important for us inhabitants here that we learn English. I see that the decision that the government made is a very good decision, since it gives us the opportunity and benefit to many of the young people and adults who want to study receive technical careers, and from their studies finish or get a technical careers, because it's not only one but a few those that we want.
We are living the effect of a national public policy of how the reinstitution above all of many rights for the family is extended throughout the national territory. Today we are here inaugurating a school hotel with technology for learning, to integrate knowledge, to build knowledge in the boys, in the girls, in the young people of the island of Ometepe, in other families that want to learn from different technical careers, from the special courses that are already being developed in the center. This center is very important because it has a direct impact on the other policy that includes the tourism sector.
With the Hotel Volcano Madera School, Nicaragua already has 57 technological centers focused on 3 productive sectors: trade and services, particularly tourism, completely free training programs. Kenia Doña, TeleSUR, Nicaragua.
This is the end point to today's program. Remember that you can contact us through our social network that appear on the screen, Instagram, X, and email that appear on the screen. Don't forget that every place we know is available for the survival of the human species. I'm Elena Rodriguez Llanes, and from La Carolina Park in Quito, Ecuador. It was a pleasure to accompany you. It will be until next time.
What's his name? George Floyd!
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if you don't, may your life waste away, 'cause it's your fault. Like the sheen of a rotting fish, the glitter just dazzles. For everyone who's filthy rich, a million must suffer. So start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say, can't you see Rome is
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
Acá, mamá.
Muy norteamericana, para que sepan que no tenemos nada en contra de ellos.
Del pueblo norteamericano.
No, ellos son iguales a nosotros.
Muy cubana.
Ah, claro.
De isla de Pino, lo que es el día Isla de la Juventud.
Claro. Y ya todo totalmente.
Yo creo que más del 50% quizás es el trato humano. Y yo creo que aquí de verdad que hay mucha calidez. Aquí también están trabajando ya muchachos venezolanos. Y la misma solidaridad, el mismo amor se siente de uno y del otro. Todo está dependiendo de la óptica o del interés de quien domina la cadena en particular. Y pues sabemos que no les agrada cualquier tipo de cambio o cualquier tipo de alteración. Entonces todo lo que se dice es malo y es dañino. Cuando comenzaron a llegar los primeros médicos cubanos acá, mira lo que señalaban y mostraban los autobuses. Y había un canal en particular que todavía funciona, que se llama Globovisión, y ponían una música así como de terror y decía que venían unos espías. Estos son los espías que tenemos aquí, los espías de batas blancas.
Los médicos cubanos son el ejército de batas blancas.
Somos el ejército de batas blancas. Somos los que representamos la revolución cubana cuando estamos en un país de Latinoamérica como es Venezuela. Pero cuando estamos en un país asiático, en un país de África, somos los representantes de la revolución cubana, pero también somos los representantes de la revolución latinoamericana.
El ejército que muestra con la ternura, con el amor, que se puede vivir de otra manera, que tenemos ese derecho, hay que conquistarlo.
Y la satisfacción siempre creciente de que el nombre de Cuba recorre los campos de América y recorre también los campos de otros países del mundo que luchan por su libertad, significando siempre lo mismo, la imagen de lo que se puede conseguir mediante la lucha revolucionaria.
Uno sigue los preceptos del Che, por lo menos en mi caso particular, que fue un hombre que luchó por un mundo mejor, hacer lo que pensamos, ¿no? O tratar de hacer lo que uno piensa que es mejor, y bueno, teniendo la bandera del Che.
Los revolucionarios no se jubilan nunca.
Yo no me pienso jubilar nunca. Eso es otro ejemplo que nos ha transmitido Fidel, Raúl, Chávez, el Che, Allende. Hay que seguir combatiendo, salvar nuestra deuda con la humanidad, como dijo el Che. ¿Qué decirte del Che? Cuando la batalla de Santa Clara, yo tenía 15 años y tuve la posibilidad de ver de cerca al Che, de ver a los combatientes de la columna 8 del Che. Todavía yo recuerdo eso y uno un poco que se eriza, como decimos nosotros. Intentamos ayudar a aquel proceso, a aquella batalla. Y sin embargo, los combatientes de estos rebeldes, lo único que nos decían, ustedes lo que no se puede arriesgar ningún muchacho. La orden del comandante es que nadie de la población vaya a sufrir con consecuencias por los combates.
Se le pregunta a un cubano qué significa Bolivia, qué sabemos de Bolivia, y lo primero que nos viene a la mente es el Che.
Estar en la quebrada del Yuro y uno dice, vale la pena estar en la tierra donde murió el Che en favor de esos procesos revolucionarios que hoy se ponen de manifiesto en América Latina.
Y nuestro Che lo compartimos al mundo entero, pero Bolivia fue algo muy importante en la vida de nuestro Che.
Hay una frase que nunca nosotros, los cubanos, podemos olvidar, y una frase que se enseña desde que comenzamos la escuela, y es que pioneros por el comunismo seremos como el Che.
Continuar aquello que soñó el Che aquí en Bolivia es algo grandioso. Es decir, el Che se pudiera imaginar lo que estamos haciendo hoy en día y él diría, caramba, lo logré.
Yo sabía que cuando llegara al Valle Grande iba a ser muy difícil para mí, ¿verdad? Y efectivamente, cuando llegué allí empecé a llorar. Son muchas cosas que se unieron, no solamente por mi papá, sino también por una cantidad de hombres jóvenes que murieron allí y que algunos de ellos yo conocí. Y uno de ellos, por ejemplo, sería mi suegro hoy. Me murió con 29 años. Y empecé a llorar, efectivamente, y estaba rodeada de los mejores médicos cubanos, porque el estímulo que le habían dado a los mejores médicos nuestros que estaban en Bolivia era estar allí. Y ellos me rodearon. Yo no te puedo explicar la sensación. Yo empiezo a llorar de verdad y ellos me rodean, pero es como un abrazo esto protector. Respiré profundo y sentí que estaba con mi gente. No había problema. Todo se puede soportar, todo se puede aguantar porque estaba con mi gente. Eso es algo que a lo mejor la gente no entiende. Pero vivir en Cuba con el pueblo cubano te da esa sensación de fuerza, de plenitud, de poder hacer las cosas.
Después de mostrarlo, el cadáver del Che en la lavandería de allá del hospital de Valle Grande, iniciaron la práctica de tratar de desaparecer a los revolucionarios.
Ocultaron sus restos durante 30 años, inaugurando un poco lo que después ha sido un fenómeno tan generalizado en América Latina, la desaparición forzada.
En el cementerio de Valle Grande, junto al cual estuvieron enterrados y desaparecidos los restos de los guerrilleros durante 30 años, conocemos a David, cuidador del cementerio.
Una pena lo del Che, ¿no? Una pena, luchaba por los pobres. Luchaba por los pobres. Decían así, qué malo era. El Che llevara a Dios, ellos fue 3.
Esa práctica que después se fueron extendiendo por medio de las dictaduras militares de seguridad nacional en casi todos los países de América Latina, probablemente tuvo un elemento central de tratar de desaparecer no solo el cuerpo del Che, sino de todos sus demás compañeros de lucha.
Hoy este memorial recuerda a esos compañeros de lucha y a su comandante. Tania, la guerrillera, también cayó en Bolivia.
Y le gustó la Toña que estaba ahí. También porque ella cae primero. Me acabó a subir a caer la pobre. Y era una tristeza con nosotros. Lo botaban como perros, se tierra encima y listo. Aquí hiciera una profunda aquí, una sangre. Ahí que lo botaban al otro lado los restos, donde Che Guevara.
No se entrega los restos de una persona a sus familiares, es una persona desaparecida. El Che y sus compañeros durante 30 años fueron desaparecidos.
En ese momento, los que lo mataron, los que lo asesinaron, los que lo trataron de enterrarlo para siempre, no se percataron que lo que estaban eran inmortalizando.
Dejarán el cuerpo de la vida allí.
Yo pienso siempre que los hombres como mi papá son hombres que te inspiran, te hacen sentir que no has hecho lo suficiente y que tienes que dar más y que es necesario dar más. Te están mostrando que todavía hay muchas cosas que resolver en este mundo y que tú no te puedes dar el lujo de decir estoy cansado, me he agotado. No, hay que seguir, hay que continuar hasta que todos tengamos esa dignidad de que estamos hablando.
Ayuda a entender que la lucha hay que seguir y que no están resueltos los problemas del mundo, ¿no? Y que todavía hay mucho por hacer. Y que si no hubiera existido había que inventar un Che, un hombre capaz de renunciar a todo para intentar abrir el camino a la historia, ¿no?
Muy perseverante, muy estudioso, muy exigente, muy trabajador, muy disciplinado.
Alguna vez la directora de Casa de las Américas, Aide Santa María, dijo, ni el propio Che puede ser como el Che.
El Che fue un ejemplo de consecuencia, de trabajo, de antiburocratismo, ¿no? Y contra todo tipo de privilegio.
Es lo que de alguna manera determina que 50 años después de aquellos acontecimientos, el Che sigue siendo un elemento de inspiración, sigue siendo bandera de lucha, sigue siendo un elemento de reflexión incorporado no solo a las luchas que se dan en América Latina y el Caribe, sino como un símbolo y como una bandera de lucha en todas las luchas que se dan en el mundo contra la injusticia, contra la explotación, contra el capitalismo.
No hay nombres de los que caen en las costas, de los que caen en los montes, del que cayó con el machete en el mismo.
Por tanta solidaridad, no solamente con Bolivia, sino con los pueblos del mundo.
Para empezar con la noticia del día, ¿no? Fidel, ¿quién es Fidel? ¿Quién ha sido para ti Fidel?
Para mí, por ejemplo, Fidel es el gran maestro de la unidad.
Es uno de los grandes pensadores del siglo XX que todavía siguió pensando en el siglo XXI. Porque es un hombre que le encantaba el pensamiento profundo y leía a Hobbes y a Locke y todo eso. Y dejó eso a un lado para convertirse en un educador popular.
Tan sola estuvo tanto tiempo Cuba y sin embargo nunca dejó de resistir, ¿no? Porque había una gran unidad del pueblo. Y Fidel ha sido el gran artífice de eso.
Y se planteó que había que tener un poder inmenso. Sin un poder inmenso no se podía hacer. Y sin embargo había que estar al servicio del pueblo todas las horas de todos los días. Si no...
Otros sin nombre.
Hoy con tu partida, Fidel, con su cambio de paisaje, como dijera nuestro cantor Ali Primera, puedo comprender cabalmente aquellas palabras que nos dijera a Evo y a mí cuando cumplía 89 años. Y en una larga conversación, de pronto nos vio a los ojos, con su mirada de águila, y nos dijo: Maduro, Evo, yo los acompaño hasta los 90 años.
Y que viven allí.
Yo creo que los cubanos de pronto nos dimos cuenta de que había que asumir a Fidel, porque ya no estaba con nosotros. Y entonces ese sentimiento se plasmó en esa frase que algún joven, quién sabe, habrá acuñado, que es "yo soy Fidel". Y de pronto nos dimos cuenta de que Fidel se había multiplicado por 11 millones de personas y que estábamos listos para seguir siendo Fidel.
Fidel se reuniría aquella noche con el Che. ¿De qué hablarían?
Tuvimos la posibilidad de tener aquí las cenizas de Fidel una noche entera. Estuvo dentro, allí en el memorial, donde descansan los restos del Che. Se pusieron uno frente al otro. Nosotros decimos espiritualmente que hubo un reencuentro, ¿no?, de estos dos grandes amigos, de estos dos grandes hombres, que al final se complementaban el uno con el otro. Creo que lo más importante y lo que los movía a los dos era ese gran humanismo y esa ansia de eliminar la explotación a los que los países estaban sometidos.
Tuvo que partir y nosotros seguiremos la lucha hasta el final. Yo te estoy hablando de esto porque me siento emocionado. El imperialismo nunca pudo derrotarlo. Donde quiera que haya un cubano, siempre estará presente Fidel.
Dentro de unos minutos va a pasar por acá.
Sí, yo me apuré, yo me desperté a las 4 de la mañana y porque estuve esta tarde viendo la entrada aquí de Fidel a la plaza.
Estamos aquí de bien temprano, esperando a que pasen las cenizas de nuestro comandante, Fidel Castro.
A todos nos llenaba el corazón de tristeza, pero a la vez nosotros sabemos que él no se va a perder en la historia porque siempre lo vamos a recordar.
Siempre vamos a tenerlo presente en nuestros corazones.
Se ha convertido en puñal, se ha convertido en fusil, se ha convertido en la trinchera de la voluntad, de la palabra amar, de la conciencia.
La caravana fue una victoria aplastante del pueblo cubano y fue una lección al mundo de cuánto representó Fidel en el crecimiento de ese pueblo. Ese pueblo disciplinado, dolido pero firme, de luto pero listo para emprender el futuro, despidiendo a un hombre que se hizo para nosotros familia.
¿Qué tiempos más atrás cayeron otros sin nombre? A los héroes se les recuerda sin llanto.
¿Cómo recuerda usted a Fidel?
Recuerda en los
el mejor del mundo. Como él más ninguno. Ni él, ni naciendo nuevo.
¿Quién decía que cuando muriera Fidel se iba a acabar la revolución cubana?
No, ¿qué va? La revolución cubana no se acaba. Porque es como dice el pueblo, hay mucho Fidel. Fidel soy yo. Son ellos. Eres tú. Es él. Fidel somos todos.
Y tú veías a un pueblo despidiendo a un familiar, despidiendo a un padre, despidiendo a un tío, despidiendo a un abuelo. y que se comportaba como haces tú cuando se te muere un padre, un tío o un abuelo. Que tú vas a ese velorio, te duele, pero al mismo tiempo cuando lo recuerdas te ríes, recuerdas una anécdota o algo y entonces te ríes de las cosas que se le ocurrieron a ese tío, a ese abuelo en X momentos. Después vuelves a meditar y te quedas un poco serio. Después recuerdas algo y te sale una lágrima. O sea, eso mismo que sucede con un familiar le pasaba al cubano común. Yo fui a despedir las cenizas aquí en la calle 23 con mi nieto de 4 años y mi esposa. Y el ambiente era un ambiente de respeto, de silencio, de disciplina, de recogimiento, pero al mismo tiempo seguíamos siendo gente normal que estaba despidiendo a un abuelo.
Fidel es algo grande para todos los cubanos. Para nosotros ha sido muy duro perder a Fidel, porque en cada cosa de la revolución, en la educación, en la medicina, en la ciencia, en la liberación de la mujer, en la construcción de un país prácticamente nuevo.
¿Cómo un hombre puede ser tan creativo? Porque realmente la cantidad de iniciativas que ha tenido este país, y bueno, que muchas se deben a Fidel, es enorme, pues.
Porque estamos en un país vencedor.
Vencedor.
Y eso no todos los países pueden contarlo.
Y ahora tenemos una nueva etapa, sin Fidel, pero tenemos el mismo principio, de morir en la trinchera.
Estando ya organizado a nivel de pelotones, abordamos 6 camiones completamente cerrados. En ellos nos trasladamos hasta los Petis, escuela que en táctica guerrillera y tiro nos preparamos. Entre otras cosas, no olvido cuando Fidel nos planteó: tendrán un jefe querido y mucho mejor que yo.
¿Cuánto de responsable tiene Fidel en que el Che sea el Che?
Yo pienso que todo. Además, no porque lo diga yo, sino porque lo ha dicho él. Eso lo refleja muy bien en la carta de despedida. Cuando él dice: mi única falta de alguna gravedad es no haber confiado más en ti desde los primeros momentos y no haber comprendido con suficiente celebridad tus cualidades de conductor y de revolucionario. Está diciendo en esa carta de despedida de su puño y letra lo que él admiraba a Fidel.
Hasta la victoria siempre. Palabras que eran propias del Che, porque en su carta de despedida el Che le dice a Fidel: hasta la victoria siempre. En los nuevos campos de batalla llevaré la fe que me inculcaste. ¿Comprende? Porque estaban identificados plenamente y Fidel fue capaz de transmitir al Che esa perseverancia.
Que no dejo a mis hijos ni mujer nada material y no me apena. Me alegra que así sea, que no pido nada para ellos, pues el Estado les dará lo suficiente para vivir y educarse.
Fidel para nosotros ha sido guía, maestro, en mi caso personal, padre también. Es la segunda vez que me siento huérfana. Pero bueno, son cosas de la vida y hay que continuar. Y uno siempre dice que hay que cumplir las cosas hermosas que uno va aprendiendo. Vi a una madre argentina con su hijo desaparecido, encontró los restos y puso una lápida diciendo: si yo muero, no llores por mí, haz lo que yo hacía y seguiré viviendo en ti. Y creo que es lo mejor que podemos hacer por Fidel. Si queremos que siga vivo entre nosotros, es hacer lo que él hacía y seguir forjando nuestra revolución.
Otro referente de aquí de Bolivia, Tupac Katari, mucho antes que el Che: volveréis a ser millones. Y hoy creo que somos millones los que creemos en el espíritu del Che y en lo que el Che y los que lo acompañaron hicieron, y creo que mañana seremos infinitos. Por eso estamos luchando y estamos construyendo. Tanto nosotros, Voces en Lucha, como mucha otra gente.
Queridas amigas y amigos, esta historia va llegando a su fin. Pero antes de despedirnos, queremos recordar una frase. Un momento, mejor que lo lean con sus propios ojos. Recordaremos siempre a Guadalupe, su sonrisa, aquellas palabras que a veces no llegábamos a entender, su natural manera de incorporarnos a lo cotidiano.
¿Dónde vas, corazón? Con juventud estrenada, motocicleta alada y una América que caminar. ¿Dónde vas, corazón? En Guatemala sin Arben, en México con Fidel, en el Gran 82.
¿Dónde vas, corazón? Estrenándote
de Che,
de comandante en la montaña,
de comandante en la montaña,
Sierra Maestra y
Escambray. Ay, 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 ay,
¿dónde vas, corazón? Sangre roja por tus venas, el corazón
a la izquierda,
verde olivo es tu color.
Verde olivo es tu color. ¿Dónde vas?
Martí decía que hay dos cosas en la vida muy importantes. Una, un buey de carga. Tú bajas la cabeza, cumples órdenes, te conviertes en un buey, en un animal de carga. Claro, como obedeces, es posible que tengas alimento garantizado y hasta un techo para vivir. Pero simplemente te conviertes en eso, en un animal de carga. Ah, está la otra parte, la estrella que ilumina y mata. Claro, si te pones de este lado, vas a crear algo, a forjar algo. Y es posible que mueras en el intento, es posible. Y es posible que mucha gente te deje solo en el camino porque tiene miedo. También es posible. Y él decía, dame el yugo, oh mi madre, de manera que puesto en él de pie, luzca en mi frente mejor la estrella que ilumina y mata.
Con Máximo Martí Fidel, con Hugo, con Camilo, con los pueblos vive el Che.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes, solo por TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
The entire team is now ready for us to address our probe of knowledge and explore the exciting cognitive universes of this hyper-connected society. Greetings, travelers of knowledge. Be welcome to Adamant, TeleSUR Science and Technology Program. This is Jager Bauer speaking to you, and it is a pleasure to meet you again. Remember that you can follow us on our digital social networks. Our meeting points are the following. On Facebook, we are as Adamant TeleSUR. In X, you can contact us at Adamant TeleSUR, or if you prefer, on my social network in X, at Jak TeleSUR, and also on our account on Instagram, Adamant TeleSUR TV. Now, let's review the innovative dynamics of the day that our production team prepared for you in this new season of Adamant. The details in an instant. In this new season premiere chapter, our cognitive log takes us to the exciting world of the podcast, a communication format that reinvents radio in the digital era and hyper-connected society, giving notoriety to the voice and its influence to millions of mobile devices, depending on its format. Since in the same way that Instagram showed us how to connect with images and fewer words, and even TikTok opened the world to the power of video clips or longer YouTube series, short format audio like the podcast is ready to challenge the traditional ways in which we have recorded and shared audio. But before we get into our dissertation on the influence of the podcast today, I invite you to review how the innovative dynamics of the day is moving. The notes right away.
3D printed corals and carbon-negative concrete has been presented by scientists from King Abdullah University of Science and Technology at the 18th International Biennial of Architecture in Venus, where current innovations in conservation science are displayed marine and materials. Ocean heat waves are becoming the new normal, as they are increasingly reaching the peak of base warming on the global ocean due to climate change, threatening coral reef, which are some of the oldest ecosystems and diverse of the planet, refuge for a wide variety of ecological key organisms, including corals and fish. Ghost scientists have partnered with Bahamas' new company Partner and exploring innovative carbon-negative concrete alternative from construction projects aligned with Saudi Arabian Vision 2030 initiative. Additive printing allows new complex and porous structures like those that naturally serve corals as a base. The creation of materials compatible with these organisms and which allow its industrial production represents an emergency option facing the mass death of corals. Previously, a similar idea was presented by the Italian company D-Shape, was awarded with the Design of Asia 2022 award for its constant reef design adapted to the Hong Kong Day. Recently, the University of Cambridge published research on the energy improvement of reef corals.
It is impressive how science, technology, and innovation are unparalleled, and that is why in Adamant we will continue to show many of these when they are promoted for the reach of humanity. Comments, suggestions, and even some topics that you would like to be addressed by us, you can communicate via email to adamant@telesurtv.net and be part of our tour through the innovations in each chapter. We'll continue in Adamant, but don't leave your screens, because we leave you with the gamer space of the week. Remember, this is Adamant in a new season.
Headbanger Written Robot, a rhythmic multi-platform and multiplayer battle royale type action video games. This game puts you and 29 other players to face competitive rhythmical challenge. Compete against others in a variety of the intricate musical minigames that will test your memory, rhythm, reflexes, and reaction time. Kill your competitors using boots and collecting crumbs to customize your own character for honor of unique items such as sweet, hat, places, poses, and much more. Pass the test in the company of these funny players.
We continue with more of the exploration of the cognitive universes, gained for the socialization of knowledge and the service of our people of the great homeland. This is Adamant. The podcast is a close relative of the web radio, but with certain characteristics of its own that are granted by the advantages of the computer media, such as segmentation by chapters or a more curated product, thanks to the delivered broadcast. And of course, with the plurality of voices that allows massive access to tools for the production and dissemination of multimedia content, taking into account that it is seen as a tool to conquer followers on digital social networks, as well as to expand the marketing strategy and convince audiences. So, pay attention to this special podcast bringing us our cognitive log of the day. The material is right away. Travelers of Knowledge.
More than any other media of communication, radio allows to establish a context of intimacy with the user. And even though with the arrival of television and the internet, it was promised that radio will go on to the better life. The same innovation allowed it to reinvent itself. The podcast has done more than give renewed encouragement to radio. In a few years, it has reinvented it, while having allowed it to form closer bonds with listeners. A podcast is usually a program created in an audio format digital, with each transmitted periodically through online platforms, either live or through recordings. This content may be in the form of monologues, conversations, or interviews for the purpose of entertainment, education, or comments on a current topic. One of its greatest advantages made its form on demand, where the user listens to it when they want to do so, and therefore it can be heard on various devices, and this has helped to increase its popularity. The creation of the podcast dates back to 2004. That it was simply a technological innovation that made it easier for radio stations to broadcast their programs. The station could publish the podcast on the internet, and the listener could download them and their convenience. Today, there are numerous forms of content on internet, with new formats that seek to attract the attention of consumers. Among them, the podcast should be noted. A communication channel will be based on purely audio content that has been on the boom in recent years. Podcasts are used as a visual media of communication that allows companies and brands to connect with users and attract new target audience in a close and intrusive way. Depending on the content that is developed, it attends an audience in more direct and entertaining way. To the demand of the new generation, it is important that companies and digital content creators adapt and make appropriate use of the technology, using digital trends to be able to carry out marketing strategies that allow to reach all audience. In this respect, University of the Columbia Institute of Higher Study of Incolda underlines some aspects. Close and little intrusive advertising. The podcast is an ideal way to inform as it allows companies to communicate with the user in a close way and manages to build them loyalty through content that provides value. 3 in 1. Brand positioning, entertainment, and information. Also, this tool is perfect to create a community around your brand. Barely no cost and easy to create. It can be distributed on various channels which are usually free to access to the listener. Also, it does not require planning scenes. It has a very spontaneous format. Information format related to current lifestyles. The podcast allows users to learn and deepen their knowledge on any types of topics. Ideal space to do networking. Having your own podcast channel can help companies expand their network of contacts or partners simply inviting specialists or experts in the field to your channel. You can gain more credibility and trust on the part of listeners. Regardless of the technical aspect, use microphones, connections, equipment, and in formats, every podcast must have a topic of interest or a thematic approach. Podcasts are always directed by one or more hosts, also known as podcasters, characters who have served as a presenter, commentators, or used as space moderators. It is common for the hosts to be the creators of the podcast and for the content to be the product of their work. Periodicity is a golden rule when creating a podcast. These programs are followed by people who want to know more than one subject, so they may discover if there is no regularity in your publication or if you suddenly stop recording. And no less important is using language understandable to the audience, and the tone of voice could be a key factor for the success of this type of content.
It has been shown that low tone, directly used by having a low tone, influencers another head much more than a higher voice. What does it mean? Well, if you have a high voice or a medium voice, simply with the vocals work, we can remove that tonicity so that your message can come with much more impact. But you think that this works and that it has been proven. In fact, the great speakers, the great politicians have worked on this to record themselves the voice. Because the influencers is greater. And in fact, think about when we see the president that there are more male or female voices. Evidently female, but there are many more male. Because it's noticed and it's known that the great voices has a much more impact than in the head of the other.
In beginning, the standardization of 3G mobile phone networks and the new reception platforms convert audio consumption through streaming to mobility, although they also multiply the possibilities of podcasting by being able to receive audio objects anywhere. If the space-time breakup is one of the most important consequences of the integration between radio and the internet, what becomes fundamental is the relationship established between the internet user and the audio, either as a consumer or as a creator. In this way, the listener becomes a real active part. So it is provided that with the new tools of innovation and connectivity, the podcast could evolve as we know it. The quality content and the way in which it is presented and performed in the new media, as well as the filtering, selection, and new forms of programming and remixing of this, determine the value of the podcast as a communication proposal. The podcast looks like an alternative for new narrative and some languages, along with new forms of consumption, for the legacy of radio remains more alive than ever.
With the rise of the podcast and its diversification, web connectivity onto far predominantly visual opens up to a new context of use more combinable with other activities of daily life, including narrative content that have been in danger in the web environment, such as written text, which is now found in the form of audiobooks. Some have even dared to call social podcasting, which brings us all a little closer using the community, social networks, and audio on demand as a tool to helping content creators go one step further within their ecosystems. We'll continue in Araman, so stay with us, because we immediately connect with our partner Astrea Moreno to travel in the data.
Welcome to Travel in the Data. Astrea Moreno speaks to you, and today we're going to learn some curiosities about the incredible world of the podcast. Did you know that 70% of the people between 25 and 34 years old consume podcasts the most? Over recent years, this audio format has become increasingly popular as the lowest consumer of content to dig deeper and learn about different topics from everywhere in the world. The term podcast was introduced for the first time in 2004, when the iPod began a portable music player, allowed users to download audio and broadcast files, and which was rapidly adapted to different platforms. Experts define this multimedia format as a very comfortable and simple learning was that revolutionized the digital world, and it allowed to give a voices to the smaller communities to get deeper into topics of the kinds. Statistics shows that North America is the continent that consumes the most podcasts, with 40% followed by Latin America and Western Europe. By the way, this October 30th is celebrated the International Podcast Day, so get ready for this occasion. We have reached the end of our journey through data. Astrea Moreno spoke to you, and I invite you to follow with more news with my partner Jack here in Atamu.
We continue with more of our tour through the techno-scientific scenarios in Araman. How about we take our private telescope to investigate the confines of our Milky Way and the rest of the galaxy, to know the cosmological events in our Out of Orbit section.
NASA is planning to return to the moon for long-term stays. So to concrete the plan is prepared to build houses on the moon, which can not only be used by astronauts but also ordinary citizens. They believe that by 2014, Americans will have the first residential area in space, and living on Mars is not too far, according to the agency. The American Space Agency intends to launch a 3D printer to the moon and then apply additive manufacturing in layer, one by one, to build structures with specially moon concrete created with pieces of rocks, mineral fragments, and dust from the irregular upper layer of the moon's surface. Until now, the plans actually did not go out of the model. Low gravity, high radiation levels, and abundant micromudities may rethink all the terrestrial architecture and engineering that you are thinking to bring to our natural satellite.
A robot frying chicken. This is just what diners who visit the South Korean establishment Robot Chicken will find, which now offers fried chicken cooked by a robot thanks to the incorporation of food robotic technology. Are you surprised? Then join us to enjoy the hard-to-believe note of the week.
Robot Chicken is the name of the restaurant in South Korea, which now has a robot cook, composed of a simple and flexible mechanic arm, with which is able to fry up to 100 chickens in 2 hours, and now promises to be the technological revolution of the industry. Korean fried chicken is normally sold in brine and fried twice, which give it its crispy exterior characteristic, with the process more elaborate than one usually used by American fast food chains, generates additional labor and requires a greater proximity of workers to hot oil. South Korea, already a regional power and major exporter of semiconductors, last year announced plans to invest millions of dollars in a food technology fund to help new companies working on high-tech solutions for the food industry. Such innovations could become a new growth engine because there is a huge potential if the country's skill in advanced robotics and artificial intelligence technology could be combined with this competitiveness of Korean food classics like kimchi.
When thinking about where automated kitchen robots will be significant in South Korea, I looked for a huge market where the industry could clearly benefit from greater automation to effectively address labor cost and labor shortage. Kitchen cuttles and pork are the most popular delivery orders in South Korea, and that's where I decided to focus. At first, I struggled to see how using robots instead of human chef will really benefit customers. After developing these technologies, I realized that from the customer's perspective, they can enjoy food that is not only clearer but also tastier.
The design of the robot, taking into account hygiene and safety, evenly distributes the chicken, drains the oil, and cleans the kitchen utensils. On the large conglomerates across Asia are likely to follow the trend in food technology with food delivery. Use electric vehicles or robots make deliveries directly within apartment complexes, but is known as meta-mobility. Even it is hard to believe, the existing food tech industry in South Korea already includes everything from next-day grocery delivery upmarket, cooled to smart kitchens with artificial intelligence, and a vegan egg startup.
Currently, there are numerous forms of content on the internet with formats that seek to attract the attention of consumers. Among them, we should highlight the podcast, a communication channel which is based on purely audio content that has been on the boom in recent years. Also, video has also come in place to give visibility to such voices. The podcast comes to fill the void of long narratives in the web ecosystem, but reinforce possibilities of interaction with the public, stimulate a more dynamic and feedback production based on the interpretation of the public, which is his fit. To quote the Italian journalist and writer Italo Calvino, it is not the voice that commands the story, it is the ear. And in this way, we say goodbye to this premiere chapter of Atomon and the start of a new season. But not before reminding you of our meeting points. On Facebook, we are as Atom TeleSUR. In X, you can find us as at Atom TeleSUR, or if you prefer, in my account in X, at Jack TeleSUR, and also on Instagram as Atom TeleSUR TV. It will be up to a new cognitive journey. See you in the next occasion. Travelers of knowledge.
What's his name?
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes. Solo por TeleSUR.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if you don't, may your life waste away, 'cause it's your fault. Like the sheen of a rotting fish, the glitter just dazzles. For everyone who's filthy rich, a million must suffer. So start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. As life unfolds, people struggle to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and link your arms for strength. Shout it out to the police state. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you to please give thanks, not only for God's noise, but take his name as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just place. Workers
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
From the South is part of the TTTL of Trinidad and Tobago. We are grateful to be part of this television house and to be able to share news from around the world, from Monday to Friday. We keep connecting borders, because TeleSUR always gives more.
According to the International Organization for Migration, insecurity, violence, and socioeconomic conditions are the main factors that affect thousands of migrants leaving their countries to cross Mexico and try to reach the USA. Since early 2023, there has been a massive increase in the number of refugees and migrants in land transit northward across Central America. People move mostly by irregular ways, and along the road they face bureaucratic barriers, suffer accidents and injuries, face extortion and sexual violence, or disappear and be separated from their families. Tragically, others are killed or die for disease or the harsh environmental conditions. Most pass through the Darien jungle, a multi-day journey across the Rouge border between Colombia and Panama. Those kilometers were transformed into one of the most pressing political and humanitarian crises on the continent.
According to estimates by the International Organization for Migration, IOM, 3.6% of the total world population, 281 million people, are migrants, and the vast majority lived looking for better work opportunities for their part. The Migration Unit of the Inter-American Development Bank notes that Latin America has registered an increase. That is, it is the region in the world that grows the most in terms of human mobility, which implies that both transit countries and expanding countries are faced with the management of the massive arrival of migrants as well as the local socio-economic pressures and impacts in terms of poverty, development, and demographic dynamics. The IOM ensures that the border between Mexico and the United States is the most dangerous land route in the world. In 2022, 668 deaths of migrants were recorded on this border.
In Latin America, Mexico is the country with the greatest transit of migrants to the USA. This nation is facing a record number of asylum applications due to the current migration crisis. In Honduras, according to the data for the National Migration Institute, from January 1st to September 17th, 2023, 490,101 migrants transit through the territory. Panama is also one of the migration passages for people trying to reach the United States. In this country is one of the most dangerous routes in the world. Although those who most transit this in their jungle of more than 5,000 square kilometers, they are people from Colombia and Ecuador. Migrants from countries such as China, India, Afghanistan, Cameroon, Somalia, and Bangladesh also transit through it. According to a report issued on July 31st by the government of Panama, In total, 248,901 migrants have crossed the Darien in the first 7 months of the year. In Honduras, another transit country, according to a report from the National Institute of Migration, so far this year until September, 308,182 migrants in a irregular condition, they entered its territory, a figure that is followed with concern by local authorities and the government of Mexico, due to the cheaper of the data registered in 2022. According to the data released by the National Migration Institute, Honduras received between January and May 1st a total of 9,988 people deported from Mexico. In September, the government of Costa Rica issued an executive decree that declares the immigration crisis that is facing the country as a national emergency. According to the data for the Directorate of Immigration and Foreigners, the passage of at least 3,000 people crossing has been recorded daily the border with Panama to continue their course to the United States. According to the statistics for the Mexican government, the number of migrants crossing through the Darien Strait, border between Panama and Colombia, is more than 1,400 people a day, to whom are added about 4,400 Central Americans and Caribbeans who cross the border southern Mexico through Guatemala and Belize. This causes an average of more than 6,000 people a day to arrive at the U.S. border. The immigration crisis on the Mexico-U.S. border continues. Crossing are on the increase, especially in critical places like El Paso, Paso del Águila, San Diego, so the authorities have deported migrants to the countries of origin, and they have carried out a series of actions to even stop the use of an important train system that migrants use to reach the United States.
We do not advance further north because the border region is already full of immigrants, and those who arrive are being deported, so it's the best for us to stay here and wait for an appointment through the CBP app, and then to move to the port of entry once approved.
So we have had hotter days in San Diego, warmer days than usual. We had people who began to experience skin reactions to the sun. Excessive exposure to the sun really had an impact on people. Sunburn, dehydration, severe dehydration. We had to call the ambulance at least 5 times in a week. Is there a possible way, an alternative that could be looked into? There are churches, there are community centers, there's a conventional center, there are stadiums. Something could have been done to keep people away from suffering through the situations that they went through.
Following the extension of Title 42, the U.S. has hardened its asylum policy. The detention of migrants by U.S. authorities at the border increased for 3rd consecutive month, with more than 210,000 arrests in the month of September. This represents the highest figure of this year.
They treated us badly. They handcuffed us like if we were psychopaths. They put chains on our feet, on our bellies, on our arms, if you know what I mean. So it's something that makes you feel terrible. The United States immigration deports us, and they deported us as if we were criminals. They handcuffed us, our feet, our hands, also our hips.
The U.S. Office of Customs and Border Protection revealed that its agent recorded a total of 232,972 encounters with migrants along the country's southwest border in August. This number is the highest recorded by immigration authorities so far in 2023, and is only exceeded by the encounters report in December 2022, when the total reached 235,198. In September, border points such as the city of Eagle Pass in Texas have issued an emergency declaration due to the arrival of migrants. In a single day, more than 9,000 migrants have arrived in this place. According to data published by the United States Border Patrol at the closing of the fiscal year, a total of 107,487 Ecuadorians were found on the United States and Mexico border between October 2022 and September 2023. Immigration records by plane show that this year alone, between January and May, 507,000 Colombian nationals left, more than 50,000 each month, according to a report of Resource Center for Conflict Analysis. Ecuadorians became the second nationality to cross the dangerous Sahara jungle in the first half of 2023. And Panama reported almost 250,000 migrants, exceeded the 2022 figure of 29,000. Mexico is a country of both transit and destination for migrants. The emphasis of President Manuel López Obrador has been to multiply social programs abroad in order to reduce interest in migrating, but the numbers of people in transit through the region continue to increase. Promoted by the Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the Latin America Summit for Migration was held, under the motto "For a Fraternal Neighborhood and in Search of Well-Being." Several Latin American leaders meet in the archaeological area of Palenque, located in the Mexican state of Chiapas, bordered with Guatemala, with the objective of addressing the multiple challenges and proposing possible cooperative solutions in migration matters in the region. Migration is the issue that unites Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean and Northern South America, today more than ever. The figures managed by the National Institute of Migration have broken historical records. In August 2023 alone, latest number available, they were 83,735 arrests, more than in any other month at the time. Illegal crossing of migrants across the border between Mexico and the US persists despite the risk people run off being detained. The Mexican Refugee Aid Commission estimates that by the end of 2023, a new rigor of asylum application will be imposed with 150,000. That is 60% more than the year of 2021, when the historical figure reached 129,000 applications. It is in Tapachula where between 50% and 60% of all asylum applications in Mexico are concentrated. So this office is facing increased pressure. The Mexican president has achieved a milestone this October 22, getting together in the same room Latin America and Caribbean dignitaries from several nations to agree on common policies in relation to the migration crisis. The president then the government of the United States, the main destination of the waste migration that the region has experienced in recent years.
In the first 10 months of this year, Mexico reported the entry of 1,566,948 irregular foreigners, a figure that exceeds the records of 2022. According to data from the Secretariat of International, last year between January and November, the entry into the country of 388,611 people in an irregular manner was reported in the face of the growing flow of foreigners. The National Institute of Migration requested the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs to start diplomatic efforts so that the governments of Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, Cuba, and Nicaragua accept the assisted return by air of their nationals. At the beginning of the month, Mexico called 11 countries from Latin America to a summit that was held on October 22 in the southern town of Palenque, state of Chiapas, which seek to define support plans to deal with the migration wave that keeps the north and south border of the country saturated.
Migration is experienced and understood differently throughout the Mexican territory. The farther away from the southern border, the more difficulties migrants face. In Chiapas, the first entity to receive migrants, the J. Tati Samuel Ruiz Garcia shelter, is located where people like Roberto regain strength.
Thankfully, there are these helping shelters, and now we have already bathed. They already gave us breakfast. They gave us dinner and breakfast.
They cannot stay more than 2 days due to the large number of people who require support. That's why huts are sometimes insufficient.
You give them what there is, then they thank you very much. The food is very tasty, and the truth is that it is food with love because you feel their needs.
Between the nations and a lot of breath, food is never missing. They eat it.
The children itself has no money. Then what we do is stretch out one hand to ask for alms, and with the other give charity to the brothers, making effectivity from this generous heart that God moves to give their donations.
The shelter that bears the name of one of the defenders of migrant and indigenous people is one of the few with the possibility of receiving entire families for up to 1 month. Evelinda showed us one of the bedrooms that give them shelter.
This is the bedroom of the population that entered the refugee model here. Yes, here at the hotel they are helped presently to fill out the form so that when they arrive to it, they only set a date and appointment to start the process.
The Mexican Commission to Help Refugees is not sufficient. Every day they receive dozens of migrants fleeing the country, fleeing in fear.
They have intimidated me and my son, and that's why I have come to Mexico to see refugees here in Mexico.
I was actually working, but I had to leave because of crime. It is not easy. You want to work, but they do not work. You work for them.
The procedures may be slow, but it's worth the wait, says Junior.
What makes the effort here? You have to wait a year or whatever, for our own good, not for anyone else's. There is work here. There is everything. One is grateful for the papers they give you to work.
On the contrary, migrants become a business for the owners of rooms and apartments.
Like a business. Because before the month, they want to remove one of the income so that others come in, pay another month and so on, like a business.
Night Falls and the Bacana Park in Chiapas offer shelter to those who are not looking to reach the United States, but to stay in some Mexican city.
Even in Monterrey, because there are more jobs there than here in Palenque. Because there is another job there. Here in Palenque, there is only construction work.
In the Mexican capital, migrant camps have also been on the increase, especially around the bus stations, where they hope to raise money to buy tickets and continue on their way. Many of them are there because they say they have been victims of extortions by immigration authorities. But like Emmanuel, they do not give up, and through their work, they see the resources to keep going forward.
They got me off a bus. Migration, it is the only thing. And I'm standing here because since I don't have any more money, because they got me off the bus and I lost all my money.
The bus he was traveling left him, taking his belongings, but he won't stop smiling. Trisha, on the other hand, omits to mention the criminal group, even though they also took her money.
Every time I pass through a border, they ask us for money, both the police and other people. I'm not going to reserve their names.
Migrants are afraid of being recorded, but they tell that they have become a business for those who offer them bathrooms, showers, or temporary accommodations spaces. It is not that many migrants have used the train known as the Beast to cross Mexico. Recently, the Ferromex company decided to suspend the activities with the argument of not putting them at risk.
We don't know what to do if the train stops and they don't let us ride. We did not know what to do because we really stay on the street. We don't have food, we're out of the food, and what we do?
They argued that the train was best option. They had to continue their journey, even though they also stored them there.
Clearly, it is the only option that migration gives us right now, because if we go by road, they will get off and we will lose our ticket. Then the only vehicle that can transport us to the destination place we want is the train. We already know what we want and what are the things that can happen. They have taken money from us. They have taken everything in life for us. Then we can't take it anymore. I ask you to please focus on human rights and try to solve this problem that has overwhelmed us all.
For all of this, migrants certainly are more at risk by being strapped at the mercy of crime or corrupt authorities.
All the groups carry the children and we decide to deliver to the migration. When we arrive at the migration, they tell us, leave because I don't want to see you here. We do work, they tell us, go to a crush or where you want, but we don't want to see you here. The next time we see you, we will get you and take you. They come with their guns to fear us, then we have to run to the motel, and who knows what could happen to us. And they launch drones to see where we are. When they launch the drones, we hide.
Wilson is a missionary who wants to reach the United States, and for them, he remembers that migrating is not illegal.
We are not violating any rules. We do not want to be given access, nor are we taking a Mexican's job away. I am a chemical engineer. We are not taking away anything from them. We are asking them from the heart to allow us free transit with a safe passage.
Facing the possibility of boarding the train and being victims of extortion, migrants cry for help for the Mexican president.
We don't come to ask them for money because we really don't want them to pay for the ticket or give us food. The only thing that we ask from you from the heart is a friendly hand. What we want to is a transit through your country to your border, where we are going to deliver us. This is the only thing we are asking of you, Mr. President.
The call of migrants was answered. In the meeting that gathered representatives for 12 nations to seek jointly solutions regarding the increase in migration.
If the North does not want to receive people who ethnically, racially, culturally are not like them, that is, a xenophobic policy is established again, as in the year 33, then the best output is to build progress in the South.
Solve the problem of migration for internal causes such as insecurity, but also for external causes such as blockades that suffocate economies and promote forced migration.
Let all sanctions be lifted permanently, totally and complete, without extortion, without blackmail, without conditions, and Venezuela. So I commit, in less than a year, we're reversing all the causes of the entire situation.
The meeting in Palenque is only a first step to join and coordinate work to resolve the problem that forced people to leave their countries.
The Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has made a demonstration of his leadership in the region by calling heads of state to a summit of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. They have a common problem with Mexico, the migration crisis. Representatives from 11 countries participated in the meeting and committed to marking a before and an after on the issue of migration in the region. The migration summit occurred while Mexico and Central America facing an unprecedented migration flow. According to the International Organization of Migration, IOM, with up to 16,000 migrants arriving at Mexican borders per day. This is thus we reach the end of our program. We invite you to stay in tune with TeleSUR, to follow us on our social networks, and we invite you next week for a new edition of Between Borders. Until then.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
What's his name? George Floyd!
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes. Solo por TeleSUR.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
What's his name? George Floyd!
Hola, soy Aisa García. Tú y yo tenemos una cita cada semana para conocer tradiciones, costumbres, valores, sonidos y ritmos, símbolos y el gran abanico de las expresiones culturales que nos forman, que tienen origen en el alma de los pueblos y nos dan identidad. Esto y más te contamos en Vidas, cada viernes. Solo por TeleSUR.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and link your arms for strength. Shout it out to the bloody state. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you to please give thanks. Not only for your voice, but please give thanks as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say can you see Rome is over? Oh, build the new. 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 Oh, build the new.
En el verano de 2018, la activista palestina Hassan Tamimi recibió a un equipo de TeleSUR para hacer una entrevista en exclusiva tras un largo cautiverio a manos de las fuerzas sionistas, que retuvieron a esta menor de edad durante meses en una prisión israelí. Tras la entrevista desveló cuáles eran los entresijos de la persecución principalmente del Estado sionista contra los menores palestinos, menores que en muchos casos sufren esa persecución por parte de las autoridades israelíes. Ahora, cuando estamos viviendo un nuevo genocidio, principalmente de la población de Gaza, pero también en Cisjordania, volvemos a ver esta entrevista. Una entrevista que además la propia activista Hassan Tamimi insistió que uno de sus propósitos era ir a la universidad para estudiar Derecho Internacional y sentar ante los tribunales internacionales al Estado sionista de Israel. Ahora, otra vez, Israel ha vuelto a secuestrar a esta activista, Hassan Tamimi, hoy de nuevo en TeleSUR.
طبعا مبسوطة كتير، بس فرحتي ناقصة لأنه أخوي لسه بالسجن، لأنه خواتي الأسيرات والأسرى لساهم بالسجن. بتمنى إنه كلهم يعيشوا شعور الحرية، لأنه أحلى شعور يمكن الواحد يعيشه بحياته. طبعا أنا يعني بنت زي غيري، بس يعني صدفت إنه كان بالإشي اللي عملته كاميرا، هالإشي اللي خلاني يعني أصير زي رمز. طبعا هاي مسؤولية كبيرة، وبتمنى إنه أكون قدها، لأنه الواحد بده إنه ينتبه على كل كلمة بحكيها، على كل تصرف بتصرفه. أنا يعني بحياتي الطبيعية يعني من النوع الهادي، بختلطش بحد كتير، كمان بحب يعني أضل أضحك وأتهبل وعادي زي غيري. أحلامي هي إنه تتحرر فلسطين، طبعا أخلص الجامعة وأكون محامية ناجحة. طبعا يعني وأنا بالسجن أكتر إشي اشتقت له كان إنه أكون مع صحباتي مع أهلي، أنام على تختي. طبعا في كتير أكلات اشتقت لها وأنا بالسجن، مثل الدوالي، يعني إنه بالسجن ما فيش يعني زي الدوالي اللي بنعملها بالدار. يعني في كتير أشياء، إنه أطلع أمشي على الشارع بدون كلبشات، إنه أطلع على السما وما يكونش في شبك، أو أشوف النجوم بالليل، لأنه إحنا كناش نطلع بالليل، فإنه كان حلم يعني إشي اشتقت أشوفه النجوم والسما. طبعا عيلتي هي كل شي بالنسبة إلي، لأنه إحنا يعني كتير قراب من بعض، يعني تقريبا إنه يعني عشت معهم كتير تفاصيل وكتير شغلات. يمكن الواحد مثلا عنده صحاب هيك يعني بكون هم يعني ثقته وهيك، بس أنا يعني عيلتي هي يعني أكتر إشي بوثق فيها، عيلتي اللي يعني بحكي لها على كل إشي، مش يعني صحابي أو صحباتي اللي برا.
بتمنى إنه الحملات اللي انعملت عشاني تكمل عشان الأسرى الباقيين.
طبعا كان يوم جمعة، كان طبعا فترتها لما ترامب أعلن القدس عاصمة لإسرائيل. طبعا كان الوضع متوتر كتير، مش بس عنا في النبي صالح، بكل فلسطين. طبعا يعني كان في عنا بالبلد دخلوا الجيش وصاروا يطخوا على البيوت. بعدها طلعوا لجهة الجبل وطخوا ولد صغير عمره 15 سنة، كان راح يستشهد بسبب الإصابة. طبعا الولد هو ابن عمي. بعدها الجندي اللي طخه رجع ونزل وقف باب بيتي، وقف باب بيتي وصار يطخ على الأولاد الصغار، على البيوت وعلى الشباب. طبعا أنا إنه لما شفته بطخ هيك صرت أحكي له روح وهيك، ما ردش علي، فأنا رحت ضربته. بعد تقريبا 5 أيام، بعد 5 أيام تقريبا أجوا اعتقلوني، وبعدها أخذوني يعني على السجن وقضيت 8 شهور. اتهموني، طبعا اعتقلوني على أساس إني ضربت جندي، بس لما نزلت لائحة الاتهام كان موجه ل 12 تهمة. أكيد مش ندمانة، لأنه هذا هو التصرف الطبيعي لهيك حدث. لا مش ندمانة، وبتوقع إذا رجع الجندي كمان مرة رح أرجع أضربه.
مين هي؟ شكلها بيضة زيك عن جد، لا بتوخى بخر؟ ها؟ زي همبرجر، لا بتوخى بخر، انت كمان؟ بالشمس؟ ها؟
طبعا كنت مستفزة ومعصبة كتير، وكنت ماسكة حالي يعني لأنه إذا عملت أي إشي رح يعتقلوا، رح يزيدوا علي التهمة، عشان هيك رح يزيد حكمي. فأنا ضليت إنه طول الوقت أحاول أكون هادية. يعني طبعا شعور صعب إنه محقق أو عدوك إنه يجي مثلا يتحرش فيك تحرش لفظي، إنه يجي يهددك رح يعتقل عيلتك، رح يقتلهم، إنه أساسا تكون بين اثنين محققين وفيش معك مجندة. كل هاي الشغلات يعني كنت يعني أكيد رح أكون خايفة ومتوترة من أي إشي بيعملوه أو أي إشي بيحكوه. طبعا هم بيضغطوش يعني على الواحد بشكل يعني مباشر بالسجن، بس كيف كانوا يعملوا؟ خلصوا الوجبات الأكل. طبعا الغرف، انت بتحكي عن غرفة بتقدرش تمشي فيها خطوتين، بيكون فيها 4 و5 و6، بتكون فيش فيها تهوية. يعني مرات كنت أقوم بالليل مش قادرة أتنفس. كمان إنه منعونا نتعلم ونتثقف، بس إحنا يعني قدرنا نتحداهم ونحاول يسجلنا مدرسة ونضل نتعلم ونقرأ ونتثقف. يعني كمان إنه كان ضغط إدارة السجن علينا بشكل كبير، مع هيك إنه إحنا ضلينا بالسجن متحدينهم وصامدين. يعني كانوا الأسيرات كتير يعني عملوا لي إشي حلو، غنوا لي ورقصنا يعني كتير، يعني كانوا هم يغنوا لي، ويعني عن جد انبسطت. طبعا ما انبسطتش زي ما أكون مع عائلتي، بس يعني الأسيرات كانوا يحاولوا إنه ما يخلونيش أحس بفراغ، إنه يعني أنا مش بين عائلتي بهاي اللحظات هيك. كانوا على المحكمة يطلعونا على الساعة 2:30 يعني بالليل الفجر يعني. كانوا يطلعونا على الساعة 2:30، نطلع نروح يطلعونا في البوسطة اللي بيعرفهاش زي سيارة كلها حديد فيها جواها زنازين حديد، بتضل انت فيها لساعات طويلة، بتضل مكلبش بايديك واجريك. بدك على الحمام بتقدرش تروح لانه بمنعوك، بتضلك تنادي وعلى الفاضي. بكون في حاطين زي جنازير بتطلع وهي تمشي بتطلع صوت عالي، الواحد بفقد اعصابه قد ما بكون يعني الصوت عالي. بتروح في هاي البوسطة. كنت انزل من انا كنت بسجن الشارون، كنت انزل من سجن الشارون اركب في البوسطة على سجن الرملة. طبعا بسجن الرملة يا اما انه نبدل البوسطة، يحطوني من البوسطة هاي على البوسطة هاي وهيك، انه اقعد تقريبا للساعة 8، 2:30 ل8. على الساعة 8 نطلع في البوسطة على عوفر، بعوفر ينزلونا، يبلش المحاكم على الساعة 10:30. طبعا نضل بالزنزانة بعوفر. طبعا الزنزانة بعوفر قد ما هي بارد عن جد، قد ما كانت باردة كنت أروح أرجع على السجن مش قادرة أحرك إجراي، عظامي بوجعوني من كتر البرد. طبعا قد ما تلبس أواعي على الفاضي لأنه بتضل باردة. حتى يعني في شباب كاتبين بالزنزانة كاتبين ثلاجة الموتى، لأنه عن جد قد هي باردة. بتضلك فيها. طبعا كنت أضل فيها لوقت المحكمة. وقت المحكمة أطلع أروح على قاعة المحكمة، طبعا إنه يحكوا لي تأجيل، أرجع على الزنزانة هاي، نضل فيها للساعة 9 بالليل. على الساعة 9 بالليل يرجعونا على الرملة، نفس الاشي، نقعد كم من ساعة تقريبا. أوصل السجن على الساعة 1 12 هيك شيء. إنه هو حسب اتفاقية جنيف إنه عادي المحكمة العسكرية، بس لازم يكون تشكيلها مش عسكري، يعني يكون القاضي مدني والنيابة مدني مش نيابة عسكرية. بس إحنا للأسف بمحاكمنا حتى تشكيلها الداخلي عسكري. المفروض إنه نتحاكم محاكم مدنية، لأنه إحنا بالنهاية مدنيين مش عساكر اللي نتحاكم محكمة عسكرية. بس طبعا هالإشي اللي بخليهم يتعاملوا بعنصرية أكبر، بخليهم إنه يعني يحكموا هيك أحكام. بس حتى المحاكم المدنية، يعني عنا أهل القدس وأهل الداخل بتحاكموا بمحكمة مدنية، بس المحكمة المدنية هاي بتعطيهم أحكام عالية، يعني فيش تناسب أحكام، يعني الحكم بتناسبش مع القضية الواحد اللي انسجن عليها. يعني يمكن واحد ضرب حجر يعطوه حكم ويكون من القدس، بعطوه حكم عليها يوصل 6-7 سنين. فهذا اللي بحكي انه فيش تناسب بالاحكام. يعني القضية اللي بتستاهل الشهرين باخد عليها الواحد 16 سنة 15 سنة ولفوق. يعني كثير، يعني حتى المحاكم المدنية عنصرية معنا برضه.
بس بنحكي انه لا عدالة تحت الاحتلال، بس لا عدالة تحت الاحتلال، واحنا بمحكمة غير شرعية.
طبعا انه فيش عدالة تحت الاحتلال، انه احنا بنتعامل بعنصرية، لانه احنا طالعين على المدرسة بوقفنا 1000 حاجز، ومرات كثير بنطلعش حتى مش بس على المدرسة وعلى الجامعة وعلى الشغل. احنا يعني بنقدرش نطلع لانه في اكثر من حاجز بنمر منه. لانه لما انت تيجي تطلع على ارضك بتلاقي حدا تاني فيها ومانعينك تفوتها، لانه انت بس بدك تروح على بلدك، شو كانت حيفا يافا عكا النصر، كل هدول انت بتقدرش، لانه في احتلال منعك تروح على بلادك، منعك تروح على البحر، منعك. يعني انه تخيل في يعني احنا بنشوفش البحر، انه يعني تيجي تسأل حدا فلسطيني شو حلمك، بحكي لك تروح اروح اسبح على البحر بيافا. انه يعني عشان هيك لساني مآمنة انه فيش عدالة تحت الاحتلال. المشكلة مش انه يعني المحكمة، انه المحكمة كلها مش قانونية، المحكمة اللي احنا بنتحاكم فيها كلها ضد القانون. بالعكس انه احنا مش ارهابيين. تيجي تطلع على الحقيقة هم اللي بيجوا عنا. يعني انا ما رحتش على الجندي اضربه، الجندي اجى على بيتي بالنهاية وبهيك انا يعني كانت ردة فعلي انه ضربته. واصلا هاي الرد، يعني الرد الطبيعي الاشي الفلسطيني بيعمله شو ما كان رد طبيعي على وجود الاحتلال على ارضه. يعني انا بدي اسالك انت، لو انه الاحتلال بارضك انت شو بتعمل؟ بدك تقعد تتفرج عليه وتضل ساكت؟ يجي يفوت عدوك على بيتك، يطخ على اولاد عمك، يطخ على دار خالتك وانت ساكت وبس بتطلع عليه. انه بالعكس هاي ردة الفعل الطبيعية على وجود الاحتلال على ارضنا.
ارجعي عليكم ورحمة الله. إسرائيل ده فاشستين، إسرائيل ده فاشستين، فري 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 فري.
قديم على مثلك دول. قديم على مثلك دول. هاي 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 هاي. قديم على عميد. سامي سامي. اضرب يطلع يطيش.
هو مش بس يعني ضد عائلة التميمي بالأخص، ضد كل الفلسطينيين. يمكن بركزوا على عائلة التميمي لأنه إحنا تربينا من وإحنا يعني أنا بحياتي يعني من عمري 8 سنين وأنا بنزل بهاي المسيرات. فمش عارف، يمكن هم أصلا لأنه إحنا قدرنا ننشر يعني الحقيقة، يمكن هم بخافوا فدايما إنه بتعاملوا معنا بشكل سيء وبعنصرية، لأنه إحنا قد ما خسرنا لسانا مكملين. طبعا كل الفلسطينية هيك، بس يمكن إنه إحنا في أكثر من حالة كان في كاميرا فيها وتصورت، عشان هيك بنحكي للفلسطينيين وين ما كان أي حدث بشوفوه قدامهم، أي حدث بصير يمسكوا التلفون ويصوروا عشان ننشر الحقيقة. يعني النضال بقرية النبي صالح من قبل ما نخلق أنا، عنا كان 4 أسرى مؤبدات. طبعا طلعوا بالصفقة. في عنا حاليا 15 أسير. في عنا 22 شهيد بالقرية. كمان يعني في من عيلة التميمي اللي هو حسان التميمي اللي كان عمره 17 سنة، اللي كان بالسجن، وهو لازم هو مريض فلازم عنده يكون نظام غذائي. إذا يعني كان في خربطة بالنظام الغذائي تاعه يعني صحته بتتراجع. فالتفت على السجن، ما ردوش يعطوه نظام غذائي، ما اخذوش على المستشفى، وكان فيه اهمال طبي كبير. فبعد فتره بالسجن يعني صحته تراجعت ففقد بصره. لما فقد بصره عشان ما يتحملوش المسؤوليه راحوا طلعوه من السجن. يعني في كثير اكثر من حاله عندنا يعني كان في انتهاكات وهيك. طبعا احنا بقرية النبي صالح بنآمن انه تحرر، انه يعني المرأة نص المجتمع وهي اللي بتربي النص الثاني. فاذا ما كانتش المرأة قوية ويعني فاهمة واعية مش راح تقدر تنشئ جيل فاهم واعي. عشان هيك احنا دائما بنركز على المرأة بقضيتنا عشان يكون عندنا جيل، يعني تربي جيل فاهم القضية صح. لأنه مآمنين إنه إذا ما كانش في تحرر للمرأة فيش تحرر لفلسطين. لأنه يعني إنه عنا النساء يعني جزء من النضال، مش بس هيك يعني بتطلعوا من بعيد، لا المرأة لازم تطلع وتشارك وتوصل صوت زيها زي الزلمة. فهالإشي يمكن اللي ميز النبي صالح.
فليمضي وطني حرة، فليرحل محتلي، فليرحل فليمضي وطني حرة، فليرحل محتلي، فليمضي وطني حرة، فليرحل محتلي، فليرحل فليمضي وطني حرة.
بركزوا على الأطفال لأنه هم بشوفوهم زي كأنه زي فئة ضعيفة، ولا عشان لسه صغار هيك يعني يمكن يسحبوا حكي أكتر منهم. يعني انت تيجي تعتقل طفل وتحطه تحت التهديد، تحت الضغط أو تضربه، يمكن إنه يعترف على حدا تاني، يحكي والله كنت أضرب حجار مع هو يعني في مع يعني وعدد له أسماء. فهالإشي بفيدهم إنه يعني يعتقلوا شباب. بس يعني الحمد لله يعني لحد هسه بقرية النبي صالح إنه الأطفال واعيين على شو التحقيق وشو لازم يتصرفوا، واعيين وفاهمين شو لازم يعملوا بهاي الفترة. يمكن لأنه أنا بحالتي كان في كاميرا تصور، فإنه الإشي اللي أنا عملته ظهر. بس هو يعني بالفعل أنت هسه بفلسطين بالفعل تطلع حواليك بتلاقي أكتر من حدا إنه زيي أو يمكن بيعمل أكتر مني. بس يمكن لأنه الكاميرا تركزت علي بهذيك اللحظة هي اللي يعني خلت كل العالم يعرفوني وركزوا علي. طبعا هو اللي يعني بملكش انه ما عندوش الحق يقرر القدس لمين، والقدس اللي بحدد هي لمين تاريخها، لانه احنا يعني السكان الاصليين، والقدس عاصمة فلسطين كانت وما زالت وستبقى عاصمة فلسطين الأبدية. عشان هيك ترامب مالوش الحق انه يحدد القدس لمين، لانه القدس حقنا احنا كفلسطينيين، واكيد مش راح نتنازل عنها بهالسهولة. طبعا لازم كل الشعوب تضغط على حكوماتها عشان تتدخل بالقضية الفلسطينية، لانه القضية الفلسطينية مش قضية إسلامية أو فلسطينية أو عربية، لا، القضية الفلسطينية هي قضية عالمية. يعني كل الأديان لازم إنه كل حدا من كل دين لازم يدافع عن هاي القضية، وكل حدا بالعالم، لأنه كمان دائما إحنا بنحكي إحنا مش ضد اليهود، إحنا ضد الصهيونية، لأنه في فرق بين يهودي وبين صهيوني. يعني إحنا دائما زي ما حكيت ضد اليهود مش ضد الصهيونية، ضد الصهيونية مش ضد اليهود. إشي مهم كتير لازم نعمله هو عزل ومقاطعة وملاحقة إسرائيل كمجرم حرب، وبتمنى إنه يكون ضغط سياسي ودعم على القضية الفلسطينية وقضايا الأسرى والأسيرات التانيين زي قضيتي أنا، لأنه في يعني حتى قضايا تحتاج هالضغط أكثر من قضيتي. طبعا اللي هو يعني في أكثر من طريق للمقاومة، الشعر، الحجر، العلم، الرسم، كل هاي الشغلات مقاومة. ويعني كل حدا يعمل هاي الشغلات هو بالنهاية بفيد فلسطين فيها، حتى الكلمة مقاومة. وطبعا مش أنا اللي بحدد شو الطريق اللي لازم يمشيه الفلسطيني عشان يحرر فلسطين. لا الشعب هو اللي بقرر، مش أنا اللي بقرر. إنه يعني أنا بنكرش إنه في يعني اتصال بين السلطة وبين إسرائيل، بس إنه أنا بالنهاية إنه بقدرش أحدد أو بقدرش أمنع. كل حدا حر بشو يعمل، بس الإشي اللي يعمله ما يكونش ضر فلسطين. إنه أي إشي بيعملوه لازم يكون يعني لصالح القضية الفلسطينية، لصالح إنه يكون في من وراه تحرير. إنه أنا أي إشي يعني بكونش في من وراه نتيجة، بكونش في من وراه إنه تحرير لفلسطين، بأمنش فيه. راح أكمل دراسة الجامعة وراح أدرس قانون دولي عشان أدافع عن قضيتي عن طريق القانون الدولي. بتمنى إنه يهتموا للعلم، وإنه يكونوا دايما قويين وما يخافوش من إشي. دايما يكسروا حاجز الخوف، ما يخلوش الخوف يسيطر عليهم، يسيطروا على خوفهم. كمان إنه بوجه يعني للفلسطينيين خاصة إنه لازم يتوعوا أكثر عن التحقيق، لازم يقرأوا كل إشي، لأنه أي طفل فلسطيني معرض للاعتقال، لأنه إسرائيل بتهتمش لا لعمر ولا لحجم، وإنه أي طفل فلسطيني معرض للاعتقال. بتمنى كمان أطفال العالم إنه يقرأوا عن القضية الفلسطينية، إنه يشوفوا الحقيقة يعني الحقيقة، إنه يعرفوا عن جد شو بصير بفلسطين.
فيضل عدو نقيض ومش طرف آخر، وفيش معاه سوى لغة واحدة هي الثورة بكل معانيها، النضال والمقاومة والاشتباك. أنا الفلسطينية من جيل الخلاص، جيل نذر نفسه للكفاح، جيل انبطل على خوفه ورفض الهزيمة وأوهام التسويات السياسية. أنا من جيل برفض إنه يكون الضحية اللي بتغرق في دمها ودموعها وولولتها، وبصير إنه يعرف حاله مناضل ثوري ومقاتل لأجل حريته وكرامته الإنسانية، وبعمل بحتمية انتصاره وجماليته الأكيدة وقدرته على بلوغ قمة التضحية. أنا من جيل رسالتنا لكل نظامنا السياسي منظمة وسلطة وفصائل ومنظمات مجتمع مدني مستقلين، اتحدوا فلسطين تناديكم وتشدوا على أياديكم. وبنحكي لا تسلموا، لأن التيه طريقته اتجاه واحد، والقضية الفلسطينية هي قضية وطنية مش قضية سياسية. وبتمنى إنه يعني الكل يتوحد عشان نقدر نحرر فلسطين، ونكون كلنا إيد واحدة عشان ما يمكنناش كل مرحلة وتتجاوز حقوقنا صفة القارن. والكل مطالب إنه يدفع قرضه ويدفع الاحتلال أمتنا العربية أنا فلسطينية الوجه عربية العمق وإنسانية الأهداف وإنها لثورة حتى الحرية والعدالة والاستقلال وشكرا.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hello, welcome to From the South. I'm Luis Alberto Matos from the TeleSUR studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. This Saturday, Arab leaders and Iran's president meeting in the Saudi capital roundly condemned Israel's crimes in its relentless aggression against the Gaza Strip. The emergency meeting of the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation comes after Israel's aerial and ground offensive has killed more than 11,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians and many of them children. The Saudi foreign minister underlined the imperative character of the unity of the Arab Islamic countries. In this context, the president of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, accused the United States of hindering the possibility of a solution through dialogue.
Our people are subjected to an unprecedented world of extermination at the hands of the Israeli war machine, which cross all red lines in the Gaza Strip. The United States, which has the greatest influence over Israel, is responsible for the absence of a political solution.
Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said they hold the occupation authorities responsible for the crimes committed against the Palestinian people.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia affirms its categorical rejection of the continuation of aggression, occupation, and the forced displacement of Gaza's population. The Kingdom holds the occupation authorities responsible for the crimes committed against the Palestinian people and their properties. We are certain that the only way to guarantee security, peace, and stability in the region is to end the occupation, siege, and settlements.
For his part, the King of Jordan, Abdullah II, reaffirmed the two-state solution as the only way to stop the bloodshed.
The Israeli mentality intends to turn Gaza into an uninhabitable place. The two-state solution is the only way towards stability and out of the scenes of slaughter and violence that have been taking place for decades.
Also, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi warned of the risk of hostilities spreading throughout the region.
Failure to stop the war in Gaza threatens to spread military confrontation in the region. The international community has a responsibility to work for an immediate and sustainable ceasefire and to prohibit the displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip.
In this regard, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan stressed the unity of the Islamic world in the search for an end to the violence in Gaza.
Whoever remains silent
Intense attacks on hospitals in Gaza continue, taking with them not only the lives of innocent people but also the life of health workers. Here is a report from our correspondent Noor Harasin.
The Palestinian Health Ministry here in Gaza actually gave a name for the past 3 days. They said that it is called the Day of Israeli Attacks on Hospitals, and the reason why is because of the very intensive Israeli attacks on Palestinian hospitals here in Gaza. First of all, the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza, there is no electricity anymore there. The hospital has collapsed, even though, and we're talking about thousands that are patients inside the hospital and also taking shelter, the Israeli warplanes pounded the area of the surrounding the Indonesian hospitals with tens of airstrikes. The Al-Shifa Hospital, of course, which is Gaza's biggest medical complex, and we're talking about more than 35,000 of people that are still there, including doctors, nurses, patients, injuries, and also families taking shelter. The Israeli warplanes over the past 3 days have been pounding the areas around the Al-Shifa Hospital, towers around the Al-Shifa Hospital, and even some missiles landed inside the Al-Shifa Hospital. And also there is a whole block of hospitals in Al-Nasr Street, which is Al-Nasr Children's Hospital, Al-Rantisi Hospital, which is specializes in treating children with cancer, and also Gaza's only mental health hospital. This whole block was also targeted by the Israeli missiles and the Israeli land incursion, while the Palestinian Health Ministry here in Gaza and even the citizens are calling upon the whole international community, the whole world, the humanitarian organization, calling upon actually everyone that could help or put any pressure on Israel to stop its aggression on Palestinian hospitals. Here is some numbers that came from the Palestinian Health Ministry. More than 11,000 Palestinians were killed in Gaza over the past weeks. 198 of them are from the medical staff, meaning that some of them are doctors, nurses, and paramedics. 53 ambulances was totally destroyed, and 21 hospitals stopped working. These are some numbers that came from the Palestinian Health Ministry. This is Noor Harazin, TeleSUR, Gaza.
The World Health Organization confirmed more than 250 attacks on medical facilities in the Gaza Strip since October 7th. The WHO added that half of the 36 hospitals and two-thirds of primary health care in Gaza were put out of service due to the attacks of Israeli occupation army, including 4 hospitals with more than 400 beds in the last 48 hours. While the United Nations reported that an average of 1 child dies every 10 minutes in the armed conflict. In this sense, according to official data, the conflict has caused the death of more than 11,000 Palestinians, including more than 4,500 children and more than 27,000 wounded in the Gaza Strip. Let's take a short break, but remember you can join us on TikTok at TeleSUR English, where you will find news in different formats, news updates, and much more. Other stories coming up. Stay with us.
A partir de diciembre viaja a Ecuador en las alas de Conviasa. Vuela desde Caracas a Guayaquil y de Guayaquil a Caracas. Déjate cautivar por su cultura, gastronomía, paisajes, tradiciones. También puedes viajar de Caracas City. Caracas, para más información ingresa a www.conviasa.eu. Conviasa, el placer de volar.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back from the South. 57% of Chileans are against the draft of the Magna Carta that will be submitted to referendum on December 17th, according to a survey conducted by the firm Black and White. The survey was published after President Gabriel Boric received the text drafted by the Constitutional Council at the beginning of the week, where the extreme right-wing and the conservative Chile Vamos alliance took advantage of their ample majority to impose controversial amendments. Among the most controversial issues are those that reject the right to strike and union freedom, institutionalize private health and pension administrators, advocate the privatization of education, and eliminate gender parity in the Chamber of Deputies. Another controversial issue is that which could favor house arrest for those convicted of serious human rights violations during the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. Prestigious juries from Europe and the United States make up the International Tribunal against the economic blockade imposed by the United States on Cuba more than 60 years ago. According to the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, the conclave will take place on November 16th and the 17th in Brussels, capital of Belgium. The tribunal has the support of these representatives of legal organizations from Spain, Germany, Italy, Greece, Belgium, and the United States, said the president of ICAP, Fernando González Yort, at a press conference held on Thursday. Norman Page, member of the Democratic Society of Jurists and an important reference in the German justice system, will be the main judge. The president of ICAP emphasized that Brussels was chosen as the court because it is the seat of the European Union and constitutes a place with a network of institutions established to protect the rights of its citizens.
It is a strategic initiative,
proposed by at least 5 European deputies, who offered their signature so that this could become an strategic initiative in the European Parliament, which, as you know, has had a hostile attitude towards Cuba. I believe that it's also necessary to mention, being this in Europe and being the European Parliament, what this event and this evidence against the blockade means in terms of the effort to maintain the common European position with respect to Cuba, which the United States is trying to break.
In Haiti, the number of deaths due to cholera has increased to 990 people, while 3,999 active cases have been recorded. According to the Ministry of Health Department of Epidemiology, Laboratories and Research, at least 70,187 people have had symptoms of the disease since the first case was diagnosed in October 2022, while almost 62,000 require hospital care. The disease reappeared 3 years after the last recorded case in the midst of a serious social crisis that has limited the access of thousands of people to medical care. An earthquake of magnitude 5.2 shocked the northeast of the Dominican Republic near Haiti. According to local authorities, the earthquake occurred at 1:22 p.m. local time at 7 kilometers from the municipality of Castañuelas in the province of Montecristi. According to civil defense teams, there were no fatalities or injured. Also, local media report that the quake also affected areas in Santo Domingo, Haiti, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. The expected meeting between the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and China Xi Jinping is scheduled for next Wednesday in San Francisco, California, the White House confirmed on Friday. A press release from the press secretary of the Executive Mansion expressed that the leaders will discuss issues of bilateral relationship between the United States and the People's Republic of China, the continued importance of maintaining open lines of communication, and a variety of regional issues and global affairs. For observers, the fact that the talks are actually taking place is seen by White House aides as a positive sign after months of friction. In the face of a cascading conflict in the Middle East and a shattering war in Ukraine, Biden is anxious to prevent another global crisis from erupting during his tenure, local media note. The summit on Wednesday, the 15th, will be the second time Biden and Xi have met in person in the past 3 years. We have come to the end of this news brief. Before saying goodbye, we want to thank our Caribbean audience, especially the audience of Trinidad and Tobago.